Chapter 59:29. Wu Li glanced around, his expression unchanged. It's just a 7 tribulation realm powerhouse. He naturally didn't panic at all. With Jian Wushuang in, the 8 tribulations realm came without much threat. 3 fellow Taoists. This place is the realm of the Jinwu dynasty. I don't know why they came here. Which one of the top powerhouses in the 7 tribulations realm was the first to speak? The other 2 7 tribulation realm powerhouses were not behind, and furiously said, "This place is originally the land of my Nanyun nation. These 3 fellow Taoists come here, and there is no need for your Jinwu dynasty to interrogate." As soon as he speaks, he starts to provoke the relationship. Can't wait to start the fight right away. Wu Li watched the excitement, and even wanted to watch them fight. Dan Bao didn't plan to take care of it anyway. Zhenwu. After Jian Wushuang heard this familiar name, his heart was shocked. It reminded him of Zhen Wuyang. Scenes flashed through my mind, pulled him back to the big division domain. Thought of the past, during the period of wandering in Desiyu, although it is boring, but also has a lot of friends. During that time, it was his worst experience. After entering the great wilderness and then to Qishan Temple time and space, he almost forgot about Desiyu. The last time he mentioned it was when Zhen Wuyang told him about the death of Desiyu. Desiyu is gone, and the remaining memories are on Zhen Wuyang. Which noble emperor, the pride of Desiyu, the superpower of the primitive universe. Once the scenery was endless. After entering Guyu time and space, there was no news. Now that I heard the word Zhenwu again, I thought of Zhenyang unconsciously. At the same time, he also had a good impression of the Zhenwu dynasty. With just a glance, he could deduce from the breath of the other party that this place was indeed the realm of the Zhenwu dynasty. The invading party should be Nanyun country. The 3 of us came here, just passing by, without any attempt. Jian Wushuang recollected a moment, and stood up as an answer. Now is not the time for him to remember. The most important thing at the moment is to find King Shenmu and others. Let the great monk lead the way to find the ladder of God. I didn't want to waste time here, as Wu Li and Dan Bao were wrapped in breath, and he was about to leave. This action directly made it impossible for the powerhouses of the Zhenwu dynasty and the Nanyun kingdom to be able to get them. In the face of the 3 people who suddenly appeared, they were all extremely defensive. The divine power that Wu Li had just exploded had the power of half a step in the 7 tribulations realm, and they could see that Jian Wushuang was the leader, and he couldn't see through his strength. I am afraid it is a strong man in the 7 tribulations realm. This place is the lower realm of Wanlu universe. The sky is the big world. Above is God. Both the Nanyun kingdom and the Zhenwu dynasty were the top forces in the celestial world. There are half-step 8 tribulations realm powerhouses. However, the founding ancestor of the Zhenwu dynasty, a strong man of sabotage, is now on the verge of falling. That's why Nanyun kingdom dared to aggressively attack the Zhenwu dynasty. There are actually not many forces of this level in the entire vault of heaven. It was different from what Jian Wushuang had initially expected. He originally thought that the special nature of Wanlu universe would give birth to an unexpectedly strong man. It seems that it is nothing more than that. The 8 tribulations realm is still very pitiful. The 7 tribulations realm powerhouse of Zhenwu dynasty, looking at his leaving back, his eyes flickered, and he had already transmitted the affairs of this place to the inside of the dynasty. The same goes for the 2 7 tribulations realm powerhouses of Nanyun kingdom. Compared with the downfall of the Zhenwu dynasty, the powerhouses of Nanyun kingdom are more confident. Facing the mysterious powerhouse that suddenly appeared, he would let him go like this. What if it is the conspiracy of the Jinwu dynasty? Deng even lifted off and blocked the way of Jian Wushuang and others. In the distance, there are three powerful breaths, which are constantly approaching. The South Cloud Kingdom obviously came prepared. You too, what do you mean? Jian Wu changed his face and felt the aura of threat from a distance. At least three top powerhouses in the Seven Tribulations realm. The two Nanyan Nation's Seven Tribulations realm powerhouses sneered and said in a bad tone, I said, this place is the boundary of Nanyan Nation. You can come and leave if you want. Wouldn't you not give me Nanyan Nation? Face, let alone killed the emperor of my Nanyan kingdom. Which of the top experts in the Seven Tribulations realm of the Jinwu dynasty below is taking a half step back and preparing to watch the show? In fact, there is also fear in the bottom of my heart. Worrying is the bitter ploy of Nanyan Nation, but their Jinwu dynasty is now deeply trapped in the vortex of war, surrounded by enemies on all sides, and can't mobilize extra powerhouses to frighten here. He can only stand alone here. At the same time, I also prayed from the bottom of my heart that the arrival of these three mysterious powerhouses has nothing to do with Nanyan Kingdom. In this way, if the two sides fight, he can also slow down. Humph! Wu Li's expression moved, and he stood up directly. He now also has the top combat power of the Seven Tribulations realm. How could he be afraid that the two ordinary Seven Tribulations realm in front of him would dare to block the way? And immediately shocked with divine power and burst out with all his strength. And the two Nanyan Kingdom powerhouses were also taken aback and discovered that Wu Li's divine power unexpectedly surpassed them. But depending on the opponent's realm, it's only the Six Tribulations realm. For a while, I was a little panicked, worried about kicking the iron plate. But this outbreak of Wu Li made them even more sure that it must be the trick of the Jinwu dynasty. Marquis Jinwu, your Jinwu dynasty hides so deeply that there are such superpowers hidden. The Jinwu dynasty's top powerhouse of the Seven Tribulations realm, Zhan Wuho, did not answer, but there was fear in his eyes, and he immediately raised his hand to signal the army of practitioners behind to retreat. Once the fighting broke out between the Seven Tribulations, this place would be destroyed. The army of practitioners cannot withstand the aftermath of divine power. Nangong, Hua, I don't know what you are talking about. Since you think it was the trick of my Jinwu dynasty, why don't you go through these three Taoist friends? Zhen Wuho sneered, and then immediately backed away. He can't figure out the intention of the other party now, so he can only take someone back first. This made the two Seven Tribulations realm powerhouses of Nanyan Nation somewhat unable to see through. Don't pay attention to them. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said calmly, let's just leave. There is no need to talk nonsense with these people. You hit me, I hit you. What's the use? Their purpose is not to waste time here. That's right. They're just frogs at the bottom of the well. Wu Li sneered, and the divine power was also incorporated into the divine body, and he glanced at each other disdainfully. This made the two powerhouses of Nanyan Kingdom very angry, and said angrily, despise me? Although angry, it can be seen now that the other party may really have passed by here, but it is also true to kill them, the Emperor of Nanyan Kingdom. They are all stopped now. I can't just let them go like this. Unfortunately, they think too much. Jian Wushuang wanted to leave, even in the Eight Tribulations realm. Wow, a pair of dark red wings, covering the sky and obscuring the sun, unfold in an instant. Chapter 59:30. The candle dragon's wings shook slightly, and Jian Wushuang was ready to leave here with Danbao and Wu Li. The huge candle dragon's wings are extremely sharp, and the upper part contains a complete source of space. Now it has completely recovered to its peak state, which is comparable to the treasure of the universe in the Eight Tribulations realm. The two Seven Tribulations realm powerhouses of the Southern Cloud Kingdom were stunned when they saw the pair of wings, especially the powerful divine aura above, which made them unable to breathe. The fierce breath can instantly kill the Lord of the universe below the Seven Tribulations realm. Even the Seven Tribulations realm was extremely frightened when faced with such a powerful treasure. But this is just a part of the beast's soldier. The top powerhouse of the Seven Tribulations realm in the Jinwu dynasty was also extremely afraid and could not help but retreat. The wings ripped apart the space, and Jian Wu's eyes were about to leave, but he was stopped by a shout. Jian Wu Shuang. The voice was very familiar to Jian Wu Shuang, and his figure stopped at a moment's notice, turning his head to look at the dense army of the Jinwu dynasty. I found the direction where the sound came from and saw the figure, a golden robe, full of extravagance, sitting in the middle army, with scarlet blood on his body. Jian Wu Shuang looked down at each other, which golden robe figure is also looking at Jian Wu Shuang. He discovered Jian Wu Shuang early in the morning, but he couldn't believe it at that time. But after seeing the pair of dark red wings, he was sure that the mysterious powerhouse in front of him was Jian Wu Shuang. Jian Wu Shuang, who entered the ancient moon time and space with him. It is also Jian Wu Shuang, who proposed to bring them into the different time and space. In the world of the Vault of Heaven, after countless epochs, I finally saw the people I was familiar with. If it wasn't for Jian Wu Shuang's appearance, he would have thought that everything in the past was a dream. Brother Wu Shuang, why don't you move? Seeing Jian Wu Shuang, who was stunned, Wu Li wanted to reach out and shout, but was stopped by Dan Bao. Jian Wu Shuang ignored the two people around him at this time, and his figure slowly flew towards the army of the Jinwu dynasty. This scene frightened the Marquis Jinwu of the Jinwu dynasty, turning his head and taking a look, the golden-robed blood shadow. The first prince. That golden-robed figure is the eldest prince of the Jinwu dynasty, the future heir, the current prince, and the master of the universe of the Five Tribulations realm. He must keep it, otherwise the Jinwu dynasty will be over. Prince, if something goes wrong, the dynasty will collapse quickly. But he could see that the eldest prince seemed to know this mysterious powerhouse. But he didn't dare to gamble. Even when he rushed to the Central Army, he wanted to stop Jian Wu Shuang. It's just that his figure just arrived in front of Jian Wu Shuang, but he found that it was just an afterimage. It didn't stop at all. Jian Wu Shuang didn't take the other party as a person at all, and his figure kept flickering, seemingly very slow, but in fact he had reached the middle army, came in front of the golden-robed figure. He stopped in place and looked up at a familiar figure. Have not seen you for a long time. The figure of Jin Pao trembled with trembling hands, stepped forward quickly, stood in front of Jian Wu Shuang, tremblingly said, "How many years? Do you know how many years I've been looking for you?" Jian Wu Shuang sighed. This place is Wanlu Universe. How could it be possible to find them? And this is the great world under the sky. The time and space are different. And the time and space are even more different. Seeing the precipitation of the other party's breath, he knew that the other party did not know how many epochs he had cultivated here. In the outside world, he is full of calculations, just over 10,000 years. But here, I am afraid that countless epochs have passed. From the Emperor, he has reached the Five Tribulations realm. True Wu Yang. Jian Wu Shuang said in a low voice, "Why are you here?" This place is the Wanlu Universe. When they entered the heavenly maiden time and space, it is reasonable to say that they should appear in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He never expected that Zhen Yang would enter the Wanlu Universe. It was the Wanlu Universe that he wanted to enter in his dreams. People are more mad than people. Some are begging to come in, and some are begging to go out. What do you mean by this? Zhen Wuyang was stunned for a moment. Jian Wu Shuang explained at this time. It's a long story, In fact, this is just a secret realm or the origin universe of a super strong original universe. After Zhen Wuyang heard it, his eyes widened. He didn't expect that this incomparably huge world of the sky is just the origin universe of a super strong. And above the sky, there is God. I don't know how much bigger than the original time and space they were in. After all, the space here is half the size of the ancient moon space-time. You must know that the ancient moon time and space is one of the 9 strongest time and space rivers in the northern time and space. The time and space of the primordial universe is just a tributary of upstream and downstream. The space is less than 1/10 of the time and space of Guyu. Zhen Wuyang, who has never seen Guyu's time and space, naturally doesn't think that this place is just a secret realm. Some things, it's a long story, there are many people here, it's better to change place. He never expected to find Zhen Wuyang here. Heart is also very happy, and the strength of the other party is not bad. He is already the master of the 5 tribulations realm universe. Of course, it also depends on time. The inheritance of this place is stronger than that of the ancient moon time and space. And when Zhen Wuyang arrives here, you Kanshu www.okanshu.com has cultivated for countless epochs, and it is also common sense to become the master of the universe of the 5 tribulations. 10 people at first. On potential, Zhen Wuyang is the second echelon. It is much stronger than Dongsheng and Wanyan. It is reasonable to cultivate to the 5 tribulations realm. Change the place. Zhen Wuyang was pulled back to reality in an instant. This place is a battlefield. It was the battlefield between their Zhenwu dynasty and the Nanyun kingdom. He is the prince of Zhenwu dynasty, the future emperor of Zhenwu. Now, can he still go? Compared to the time in the original universe, or the Desiyu, more like a dream. Here he lived for countless months. If it weren't for Jian Wushuang's sudden appearance, he would have almost forgotten everything in the past. He also forgot the oath he made in front of Kishin's tombstone. Speaking of which, the original vision was also a bit of a joke. After so many years, he has not felt the backlash from the oath. From this point, he felt that everything in the past was really a dream. Forget it. Zhen Wuyang broke free from Jian Wushuang's arm, shook his head, and said, "There are some things that I can't go back to." Jian Wushuang said in surprise, "You can't let these people go?" He turned his head to look around. The top powerhouse of the 7 tribulations realm of the Zhenwu dynasty was standing behind him. The other party did not know the relationship between Jian Wushuang and Zhen Wuyang. "Eldest prince, do you know this fellow Taoist?" He looked at Jian Wushuang. Today's Zhenwu dynasty is surrounded by enemies on all sides. If one more person from the 7 tribulations realm can help, it can increase the odds of winning by 1 point. Zhen Wuyang didn't have that thought at this time. He didn't want to admit everything at the beginning, but he took the initiative to recognize Jian Wushuang. The contradictions also represent his tangled heart. Chapter 59:31. Dan Bao and Wu Li also flew over, seeing Jian Wushuang with a heavy expression. They were not easy to speak. "Are you really going to come with me?" "No, Desiyu is long gone, and the Qi temple has nothing to remember. Just a little sorry for that true spirit." Zhen Wuyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. He did not blame Zhen Wuyang. If it were him, he might also lose himself in the endless years. But he didn't understand what was so good about being there. Even if you don't have any memories of the Qi temple, it is better to leave this place, go to the ancient moon time and space, and continue to practice. Why waste time between dynasties? Zhenwu dynasty. Jian Wushuang turned to look at Zhen Wuyang and said, "No matter what, I brought you here at the beginning. If you need anything, just speak." He is unwilling to give up on this. Perhaps solving the current troubles of the Zhenwu dynasty can make Zhen Liang transform. Desiyu is gone, but the feelings are still there. He can't forget that he almost became Zhen Liang's son-in-law, and the other party did not help him less. Even the opening of the Qi Temple has a lot to do with Zhen Liang. If Zhen Wuyang had not punished him for going to the Great Wilderness, he would not have opened the Qi Temple. Everything from the beginning is still there. How to forget? No, tell me, why did you come here? Zhen Liang didn't know how powerful Jian Wushuang was. Now, their Jinwu dynasty was facing the encirclement and suppression of several countries. He himself had given up his former identity, and there was no reason to ask Jian Wushuang to help him. I'm here because of him. Jian Wushuang turned his head to point to Dan Bao and said, "These two are my friends, Dan Bao and Wu Li." Hearing the introduction of themselves, the two nodded politely. In Wu Li's heart, he was even more puzzled about Jian Wushuang's identity, and there were acquaintances everywhere. However, in the Wanlu divine realm, he also knew that Jian Wushuang came from a different time and space, not a cultivator of the ancient moon time and space. Maybe there was more than one person here. After Zhen Wuyang nodded, he said a little embarrassedly, "You have seen it too. This time the situation is special, but there is no way to entertain you. It's simple." Jian Wushuang said indifferently, "Tell me the information of Nanyun Kingdom, and I will help you solve it." After Zhen Liang heard it, he was about to refuse when the Marquis of Jinwu immediately stood up and said with a light smile, "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for helping out. I am dissatisfied with fellow Taoist. This time Nanyun Kingdom has dispatched several Seven Tribulations realm to attack my Jinwu dynasty. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of the other party, the eldest prince would almost inherit the throne. Give it to me." The breath on Jian Wushuang's body shook, and he looked up into the distance. The powerhouse of the Southern Cloud Kingdom has arrived. Seeing this, Wu Li whispered, "Brother Wushuang, do you want me to help?" Now just the three of them. Dan Bao's life force is almost exhausted, and it is still recovering slowly, and there is no fighting power at all. At this time, he naturally has to express it. "No need, you can be by Dan Bao's side," Jian Wushuang said, and he lifted off into the sky, towards the army of Nanyun Kingdom. When the Marquis of Jinwu saw Jian Wushuang being so decisive, he was overjoyed in his heart and quickly transmitted Zhen Liang, "Eldest Prince, is this the friend you met when you traveled?" After Zhen Liang became the Lord of the Universe, he left the Jinwu dynasty for almost hundreds of millions of epochs. After returning, he was the Lord of the Universe of the Five Tribulations realm, and his personality also changed. But the strength and potential were stimulated, and he was the first prince, so he was established as the prince. In this dynasty, no one has an opinion. The pioneer of the Jinwu dynasty was only a half-step Eight Tribulation realm powerhouse, and the powerhouses under his command were limited among the younger generation. It is already very good to have a Lord of the Five Tribulations realm universe. In fact, it is almost the same as the original Vietnam. It's just that the comprehensive strength exceeds that of Vietnam by too much. In the entire Jinwu dynasty, there are several strong people in the Seven Tribulation realm, and there are as many as 100 strong people in the Six Tribulation realm. But the powerhouses of the true martial arts lineage are pitiful. Therefore, Zhen Liang, the master of the universe of the Five Tribulations realm, will be reused. Now he has met a mysterious Seven Tribulation realm powerhouse and has made great achievements. Looking at Jian Wushuang's back, especially the amazing pair of wings. This time, he can definitely block the strong men of Nanyun Kingdom. As long as they block Nanyun Kingdom and other 4 battlefields, they can also take a breath. This time he was besieged by the 5 kingdoms, and the most threatening one was here. Really Wu Ho, the top 3 superpowers in the Jinwu dynasty. sit in person, and the Southern Cloud Kingdom only dispatched 2 ordinary 7 tribulations realm, obviously did not dare to confront each other. But after hearing the arrival of a mysterious powerhouse, the Nanyan Kingdom did not dare to entrust the big one, and immediately dispatched all members. This time, in the attack on the Zhenwu dynasty, there were 5 strong men in the 7 tribulations realm, all in place now. 2 ordinary 7 tribulations realm, 2 peaks of the 7 tribulations, and a peak of the 7 tribulations. This lineup is really good. It can crush the current Zhenwu army. Marquis Zhenwu also followed, and he was also the top powerhouse in the 7 tribulations realm. Which one has a single horn on his head is Venerable Nine Swords, the god of war of the Nanyan Kingdom. The rest are nothing to worry about. I can stop them by myself. It's just a few 7 tribulations realm. You don't need to intervene. Just be optimistic. Jian Wushuang is very confident. Just these people. He doesn't need to use the super ancient transformation. The upper body of the robbery has 2 million divine power, and it is not easy to deal with these 7 robbery realms. The strong man on the Nanyan Kingdom's side saw Jian Wushuang approaching, and his eyes rolled. It's him. He seems to be a good friend with the prince of the Zhenwu dynasty. He should be here to help. His divine power is only 5 million, and it's not as strong as you said. 9 short swords were suspended behind Venerable Nine Swords with a sharp breath, and his eyes were cold when he looked at Jian Wushuang. Although he is not afraid, the other party is not from the Zhenwu dynasty. It is better not to do anything. He immediately shouted at Jian Wushuang, "If you retreat now, I will forgive the Nanyan Kingdom." This sentence is the same for you. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently and sent this sentence to the other party. What do you mean? Literally, of course. The other party is afraid of him, but he is not afraid of the other party. As soon as the words fell, the divine power suddenly erupted. The robbery armor appeared. The divine power directly exploded to 2 million and instantly rushed to the army of the Southern Cloud Kingdom. Since he chooses to help Zhenwiang resolve the dynastic disputes, he will resolve it at one time. Anyway, he couldn't become the of life, and he was not polite. The slaughter desire in his bones soared, ignoring those emperors, and he killed the great formation of countless emperors. After Venerable Nine Swords reacted, he was furious. Chapter 5932, his divine power also exceeded 2 million, and he immediately greeted him. 9 short swords, with a humming sound, converged into a cage with perfect streamlines and descended from the sky, ready to kill Jian Wushuang. Speaking of kendo, after Jian Wushuang became the master of the universe, especially after creating the 9 swords of the starry sky, he faintly became the co-master of the space-time kendo. Not to mention that the other party is a swordsman of the 7 tribulations realm. Even if it is the 8 tribulations realm, he will not take it seriously. The 9 short swords, before they could cover him, were shaken back by the power of Jiejia. You are also worthy of being called Venerable Nine Swords. Jian Wushuang sneered, his figure flashed, and he actually took the initiative to chase the 9 short swords. The speed was so fast that it exceeded the speed of the treasure of the universe. With one hand, he grabbed a short sword, shouted angrily, and directly crushed the short sword. The treasure of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm is like a gravel in his hands. You, Venerable Nine Swords, panicked, did not know to retreat for a while, and watched Jian Wushuang destroy his 9 treasures of the universe. That is the 7 tribulations realm universe treasure suit. Just destroyed. Jian Wushuang wears the armor of robbery, with 2 million divine powers, combined with 5 times the power of beast gods, 3 million divine powers. The combat power has reached the threshold of the 8 tribulations realm. Destroying a cosmic treasure is easy. If it wasn't for destroying that treasure, he wouldn't even need to use the power of a beast to kill any 9 swords venerable. Just looking at the other party's kendo, the hips are too stretched and the eyes are so hot. Without destroying that treasure, he can't get through it himself. You are the 8 tribulations realm. Venerable 9 swords trembled, pointed at Jian Wushuang, and said angrily, "You are in the 8 tribulations realm, interfering with the disputes between dynasties. Are you not afraid of the powerhouses of the immortal temple chasing and killing you? In the world of the vault of heaven, there is a clear rule. Do not interfere in dynastic disputes. This is to ensure that one cannot dominate. One cannot dominate one side because of the existence of a powerhouse in the 8 tribulations realm, resulting in a monopoly of resources." After Jian Wushuang heard this rule, he quite admired this immortal temple. Such rules are really good. No matter how powerful a family is, it can't compare to the multitude of beings in the entire infinity world. The strong are the ones who struggled out of all living beings. It is difficult for the strong people cultivated by the family to be better than the blue. The existence of the immortal temple is because of this. If you want to accumulate more powerhouses, you need to control the balance of resources. Therefore, the ancestors of those dynasties and kingdoms are all half-steps and 8 tribulations. The powerhouse of the 8 tribulations realm, if defeated, ignores the secular world, but enters the temple of immortality, where are all the powerhouses of the 8 tribulations realm gathered in the vault of heaven world. Usually, if you want to see the 8 tribulations realm, you need to enter the immortal temple. The immortal temple will also hold some preaching conferences on a regular basis and invite some powerhouses from the half-step and 8 tribulation realm to give guidance. These are what Zhen Wuyang just told him through voice transmission. Hearing this, he was a little surprised. If the previous ones are for resource balance, he will also admit it. But after that, it's a bit outrageous. There are only so many resources, but you have to create so many 8 tribulations realm. Why is this? If there is no common threat, it will not take so much trouble to promote the younger generation. In a perfect world of practitioners, practitioners are relatively independent and selfish. For example, Gumu Continent. I am afraid that the Shenmu King is not like seeing any of the 8 tribulation realm powerhouses surpassing him, or that a new 8 tribulation realm appears in those kingdoms. After all, there are so many resources. If there is one more powerhouse in the 8 tribulations realm, you have to give up your own share. Unless they despise their own treasures, who would despise their own resources? Isn't it better to take it out and train the younger generation, at least future generations, listen to themselves and not threaten themselves, can also maintain their position? Family, that's how it came. When Jian Wushuang was young, he also thought about building a family. But at the beginning, because teacher Xuanyi let him see the bigger world, he gave up. To build a family, you have to wait for your own strength to be strong enough. After you can improve, you can build a family, stabilize your power, and plunder resources for your own cultivation. This is the greatest benefit of the family. Unexpectedly, in this world of the vault of heaven, you can still encounter such rules. The strong in the 8 tribulations realm do not establish a family to blood, even constraining the family. It's a pity that they don't become gods in this situation. Zhenliang, the world of the vault of heaven, is there some hidden danger that needs to be suppressed by the 8 tribulations realm? I don't know. I haven't heard of the immortal temple making a move to the outside world, so some newcomers to the 8 tribulations realm are reluctant to join the immortal temple. Those who were suppressed will basically be released later. And they all chose to join the immortal temple after they were released. Jian Wushuang frowned, which made sense. Perhaps there is some kind of threat that needs to be suppressed by the Eight Tribulations realm, so the establishment of forces in the Eight Tribulations realm is prohibited. Zhen Weiyang's expression changed. He hesitated for a while and asked through voice transmission, Jian Wushuang, are you really in the Eight Tribulations realm? You can think so. His combat power is in the Eight Tribulations realm, but he has not yet crossed the tribulation. According to the rules of the Immortal Temple, may be forced to join the Immortal Temple after it has the combat power of the Eight Tribulations. He can't reach the realm, and the other party can't see it. After arriving at the Lord of the Universe, his origin is beyond the scope of the normal Lord of the Universe, and it is difficult for outsiders to see his realm. He will only judge his realm based on his combat power. I don't care if he is a robbery, just like the 9 swords venerable in front of him. So he didn't need to argue anything. This is all discovered by you, then go to die. Jian Wushuang smiled grimly, gathered divine power in both hands, and a dark red divine power instantly rose. With a single finger, he was ready to throw the army of Nanyun Kingdom, etc. A crisp shout made Jian Wushuang stop. Dan Bao still couldn't stand it any longer and stood up. If it was the war between the Zhenwu dynasty and the Nanyun Kingdom, he might not care. But Jian Wushuang's shot, he had to come out to stop. Whoa! Jian Wushuang directly received the divine power, and he knew that Dan Bao would block it. The killing in the bones was also put down. After hearing about the existence of the Immortal Temple, he actually didn't plan to make another move because it didn't make any sense. He can't take the Immortal Temple for the sake of Zhen Weiyang. If he does not settle the Immortal Temple, even if he settles the Nanyun Kingdom, there will be more forces involved. As Dan Bao said, everything has a certain number. Irreversible. Seeing him stop, Dan Bao also breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay to spare your life, but you have to make an oath that you will not step into the Zhenwu dynasty for half a step in the future. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. If the other party didn't agree, he wouldn't mind killing these 7 tribulation realms. Mainly still want to leave here with Shen Wuyang. Chapter 59:33. He didn't want to go back when the time came, and he would be alone. You can stop our Nanyun Kingdom, but you can't stop the Immortal Temple. Although Venerable 9 Swords was stubborn, he still made an oath. He did not believe that Jian Wushuang dared to fight against this rule against the Immortal Temple. Jian Wushuang was indeed not going to fight against the Immortal Temple. He just wanted to persuade Zhen Wuyang to go with him. That would be tough until someone from the Temple of Immortality came to trouble him. After the army of the Nanyun Kingdom was sent away, the army of the Zhenwu dynasty was naturally very excited and won without fighting. This is actually a win-win. For the weak, let's go, it's your territory, and let me see how you've been doing all these years. Please. Shen Wuyang waved his hand. A huge palace descended from the sky. Uncle Huang, you take the army and go to the south to support the father. I want to accompany the guests. No problem. Just leave the rest to me. The Marquis Zhenwu then said through a voice transmission, if any senior is really in the Eight Tribulations realm. Uncle, don't worry, I'm measured. Shen Wuyang knew what the other party was going to say. If Jian Wushuang is in the Eight Tribulations realm, it will attract the Temple of Immortality. When the time comes, Jian Wushuang will cooperate, but if they don't cooperate, they will be involved. Seeing that the other party was clear about the interests, the Marquis Zhenwu didn't say much. This time, thanks to Jian Wushuang's shot, the strong men of Nanyun Kingdom were shaken back. In this way, he took the army to support other battlefields, and he was able to breathe a sigh of relief with the Zhenwu dynasty. Zhen Wuyang turned his head and glanced at the battlefield, and with his entourage guards, he also entered the palace. The palace is a flying cosmic treasure. Extremely fast. It only takes one day to reach the capital of the Zhenwu dynasty. After entering the hall, Jian Wushuang greeted the two of them to sit down at will. After a while, Zhen Wuyang also walked in. Wushuang, thank you for this time. Zhen Wuyang was polite, and even looked at Jian Wushuang with a little more respect in his eyes. This is respect for the strong. The combat power that Jian Wushuang showed had reached the threshold of the Eight Tribulations realm. Even people who are familiar with him will have a little more respect. Of course, except for people like Wu Li. What's more, he and Zhen Wuyang have not seen each other for a long time. For Jian Wushuang, it was more than 10,000 years. But for Zhen Wuyang, it was countless epochs. The time and space here is different from the outside world, even different from God. More like two extremes. One day in the sky is almost an era in the outside world, but in the world of the vault of heaven, after an era, the outside world has only passed one day. Belong to the two extremes. You don't need to be so polite. It's just easy to solve it. Jian Wushuang waved his hand. This kind of thing is too simple for him. Zhen Wuyang brewed tea himself, poured it for the three of them, and said again, in fact, I have looked for you many times over the years, and I even thought you fell. Ashamed to say, I haven't looked for your traces in the outside world. I have been cultivating. Jian Wushuang shook his head and added, the flow of time in the outside world is much slower than here. In fact, we left the Qi temple, but 10,000 years. 10,000 years. Zhen Wuyang took a deep breath. He wasn't surprised by the speed of the flow of time. Instead, it shocked Jian Wushuang for 10,000 years. From an emperor, he was directly comparable to a powerhouse in the Eight Tribulations realm. If you say it, no one will believe it. Wu Li has been following Jian Wushuang, and he has not yet felt that his strength has increased countless times within 10,000 years, and there is indeed no change. It is said that it is 10,000 years, but in fact it is only 100 years, and earth-shaking changes have taken place. Since they met Dan Bao, the speed of the two of them has increased faster than the other. Gula, who faced the frozen demon race just 1,000,000 powers, let them feel unprecedented pressure. But now, if you change your body, you can crush Gula at will. Even if they were allowed to think for themselves, they would not dare to think so much. Jian Wushuang looked at the other party's curiosity, and by the way, said what happened in the past 10,000 years. There is not much to hide, because there is nothing to hide. It can be said that everyone knows about Baby D, or the Wanlu universe. Zhen Wuyang was fascinated. He thought that the world he was in was big enough, but he didn't expect the outside world to be even more exciting than this place. For a time, there was really some yearning. Jian Wushuang also struck while the iron was hot. Actually, this is just the beginning. The vast world outside is our journey, and as for the Qi temple, I have the ability to solve it. And when I'm done with things here, I will leave and return to the Qi temple. Why don't we go back together or have a company? Go back. A light flashed in Zhen Wuyang's eyes. He slowly shook his head and said, Jian Wushuang, to be honest, I always felt that those things in the past were like a dream. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised by the opponent's insistence. Zhenwu dynasty, is there anything you can't let go of? He thought of the current predicament of the Zhenwu dynasty, because which Emperor Zhenwu had reached his limit. In fact, this is also simple for him and can help the other party to recover. At this moment, Zhen Wuyang stood up directly. They have resisted the capital of the Zhenwu dynasty. Inside the main hall, can see the whole picture of the entire royal capital. In the center of the royal city, there is this statue of Zhenwu the Great. Jian Wushuang was shocked when he saw the statue. No wonder Zhen Wuyang felt that everything in the past was a dream. The inheritance of Zhenwu was probably from here. He pondered in his heart, The hall has slowly fallen to the ground. Come on, go to my house and see. After arriving in the capital, Zhen Weiyang's whole person seemed to have changed, and he was very friendly. It does not have the kind of imperial majesty that he had in Daciu. There is no sense of superiority. Instead, he was like an ordinary person with extraordinary temperament. Jian Wushuang saw these changes in his eyes. When they came outside the palace, there were no guards guarding them. When they got to the door, the unique door quietly opened. Before entering the mansion, Jian Wushuang heard the children's slaps. Shen Wuyang heard these voices, turned his head and glanced at Jian Wushuang, and smiled lightly. It should be my grandchildren, descendants? Right. Zhen Weiyang's time in the sky world has exceeded hundreds of millions of years. I am afraid that future generations do not know how many generations have been reproduced. But when he entered the mansion and saw those children, he was stunned. The power of the blood of those children is extremely strong. Almost all of them have the bloodline of 70% of Zhen Weiyang. If it is in the outside world or in the original universe, this simply cannot be done. Seeing Jian Wushuang's surprised eyes, Zhen Weiyang explained, I was surprised at first, but I learned later that it is very difficult for the Lord of the Universe to have another child. But once there is a child, the power of blood will be even stronger. Powerful. Just these little guys, just born, they are immortals, which is what we thought of Yan Xian. Chapter 59:34. So it is. Jian Wushuang listened to the truth, but in fact he didn't understand this at all. He did not expect that Shen Wuyang would really settle down here. How can a person who is a cultivator understand the mortal mind? Hey, little guy. A child with a tiger's head and a head was embraced by Zhen Wuyang and pinched his face dotingly. There were 4 or 5 children of similar appearance chasing after him. Family fun. Jian Wushuang has no opinion on this because he cannot understand it. Wu Li is an expert in this regard, and he is very disdainful of it, because the family he built himself can be thrown away. For family love has long been underestimated. Before Zhen Weiyang, this was actually the case. They don't pay much attention to those sons and daughters. Most of them are divided into territories and sit on one side. Even his own son didn't dare to breathe heavily in front of him. Now he is so fond of his grandson. Father! Not far along the corridor, a lady dressed in extravagance walked over, bowed to Zhen Wuyang, and quickly took over the child in Zhen Weiyang's hands. These are my father's friends, so I won't see you yet. The lattice eyebrows jumped, and she looked at Jian Wushuang and the others and bowed her body. Jian Wushuang patted Wu Li, whose eyes were straight, and smiled at the woman in front of him, and then asked, Who is this? Forgot to introduce. This is my eldest daughter. Zhen Wuyang smiled proudly. This county owner looks nothing like the sons and daughters of Zhen Wuyang in Daciu, but the purest blood of Zhen Weiyang flows in her body, and even her children have a quarter of the blood of Zhen Weiyang. By the way, let Mu Er come to the Xuanwu temple and say that there are guests. Zhen Wuyang ordered casually, and continued to walk towards the inner room with Jian Wushuang and others, entering the Xuanwu hall, only to find that this place is not a hall, but more like a study. The layout is smart and cozy. There were books and papers next to them, and everyone took their seats. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief and said with emotion, No wonder you don't want to leave. I might have to stay. At this time, Wu Li interjected, Brother Wushuang, you have the power of life. You don't need a woman. You can create life by yourself. This is nothing to be rare. The power of life. Only then did Zhen Wuyang think that Jian Wushuang was in control of the power of life. He didn't think it was so special before, but after coming here, he realized how crazy Sanjia was in the face of the power of life. according to common sense. There should be no shortage of life force within the Wanlu universe. But I don't know when it started, the power of life born here is getting less and less. Because the power of life in the vault of heaven world comes from God. Many people think that there is something wrong with God. Just can't verify. The power of life, don't use it indiscriminately. Dan Bao shook his head and denied Wu Li's words. Seeing this, Wu Li stopped talking. Even his cheap old man was respectful to Dan Bao, and he would not dare to do it again. It's the same as before, reaching out and touching people's foreheads. Tell me about the ancestor of your Jinwu dynasty. Seeing this, Zhen Weiyang's expression changed, and he sighed. Greed. Actually, there is still a lot of vitality in the ancestors. It is because of greed that entering the sea of cosmos will quickly lose vitality. Cosmic sea? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Now from Zhen Weiyang, he also has some understanding of the world of the vault of heaven. The sky is below, and the sky is above. Between them, there is also the cosmic sea. It's a sandwich between the two, wherever it is full of danger. It also contains countless treasures. Among them, there are many mysterious treasures that have disappeared from the outside world, and fruits that contain divine power. Some treasures are enough to tempt the 8 tribulations realm. It is normal for Emperor Jinwu to lose his life because of his risk-taking and injury. Oh, it was all caused by a treasure. Zhen Weiyang shook his head. Actually, this kind of thing is normal. Jian Wushuang and the others also fight again. If you come out and run, you will have to fold it on this sooner or later. You can't be so lucky every time. Jian Wushuang has absolute experience in this, almost every time he dances on the tip of the knife. There are very few opportunities that are absolutely certain. I can help you with this matter. Zhen Weiyang has never spoken because he has scruples. I am worried that I owe Jian Wushuang too much, and I have to leave here at that time. So Jian Wushuang simply mentioned it directly. As for whether or not to go back, he did not force it, although he made a promise with Xunling at the beginning. What Xunling cares about is to solve the threat of Qixin Temple and let Qixin Temple return to its peak. This Jian Wushuang has the confidence to help Xunling do it, so there is no need to take Zhen Weiyang back together. Isn't there anyone else? Moreover, he solved the Temple of Destruction and Destruction of the World, and took the Temple of Qi to a higher level so that the real spirit would not care about a real Wuyang. Zhen Weiyang also felt a little embarrassed in his heart. When I entered here, it was the help of the Xunling gang. He is able to reach the peak, and it is also a true spirit. It all depends on the chance in Qi Temple. It doesn't matter if he doesn't go back now. Jian Wushuang still helps him like this. People who want face will feel sorry for them. You don't have to think about it. This is between us. Then, thank you very much. Zhen Weiyang's body trembled, and there was light in his eyes. Once Emperor Jinwu regained his vitality, those forces that attacked the Jinwu dynasty would also retreat. Everything went away. It's just that I don't quite understand one thing. Why are you still so dependent on the world after you have reached this level? Jian Wushuang expressed the doubts in his heart. Although the previous things are indeed moving, but that kind of thing, he doesn't believe that Zhen Weiyang didn't experience it when he was weak. What Wu Li said, although a little impatient, also made sense. At their level, how could they still be obsessed with this kind of thing? Zhen Weiyang took a deep breath, and just as he was about to speak, he felt an aura of affinity, and he was already outside the hall. Outside the Xuanwu Temple, a young man who looks very similar to Zhen Weiyang, with a mighty breath and a resolute face. He is the son of Zhen Weiyang. Born only a few epochs, he is already the master of the universe of the 3 tribulations, and his strength is extremely powerful, able to fight for the better. In the Zhenwu dynasty, he was the top genius among the younger generation. At this time, he walked to the front of the hall, took a deep breath, and walked in. He had heard that this time to resist the Nanyun kingdom, his father had recruited a super presence who had shaken back the army of the Nanyun kingdom. And now he is feasting again. Which super existence must be? With curiosity, he walked into the hall. At a glance, he looked at Jian Wushuang, but he didn't feel any breath, and he felt like an ordinary person. Chapter 59:35. Wushuang, let me introduce to you. This is the dog below, Zhen Wuliang, and now he is also the master of the three tribulations realm universe. Zhen Wuyang saw his son come in with pride in his eyes. See you seniors. Zhen Wuliang saluted respectfully. Jian Wushuang nodded hurriedly and said with admiration, "Sure enough, you have become the master of the universe at such a young age, and your future achievements may not weaken you." Speaking of which, it didn't take long for him to repair. "Okay, let's go to the apps. I have already prepared the dinner party." "Trouble," Jian Wushuang said politely, took Dan Bao, and Wu Li got up and followed Zhen Wuyang into the apps. At the dinner, Zhen Wuyang's daughter and wife were there. Seeing Zhen Wuyang's wife, Jian Wushuang understood why Zhen Wuyang was so attached to the family at this time. It turned out to be exactly the same as the woman at the time of Desiyu. Maybe it's God's will. At the dinner party, we exchanged glasses and chatted a lot, but most of them are things in the world of the vault of heaven. He also took the opportunity to ask Zhen Wuyang for advice about God. Dan Bao relied on the power of blood and could not feel the position of brew. 80% of the great monks have gone to God. They entered the vault of heaven world by accident. The most important thing now is to help Dan Bao become the of life. Here in Zhenliang, it's just a small episode. Since the other party is unwilling to leave, Jian Wushuang does not need to continue to persuade. After the dinner was over, it was late at night. At this time, the high-level powerhouses of the dynasty also came to Zhenliang's mansion. The purpose of coming here is also very simple. Just want to know about Jian Wushuang. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhen Wuyang simply took Jian Wushuang to the palace. I saw the Emperor Zhenwu. Originally, I was going to let Dan Bao take action, but Dan Bao damaged the foundation, and the Shield of Life was useless. He had no choice but to take action himself to help Emperor Zhenwu regain his vitality. But it doesn't take much life force. The other party is only half a step into the Eight Tribulations realm. Even the Lord of the Eight Tribulations realm universe is not a problem for Jian Wushuang now. Emperor Zhenwu's vitality has returned to its peak. It also means that the power of the Zhenwu dynasty has been stabilized. The forces attacking from the four directions, although shocked and curious, did not dare to attack again after learning that Emperor Zhenwu had regained his vitality. These are actually unspoken rules. As long as there is a half-step Eight Tribulations realm, all the forces will understand that if they continue to fight, it will not be good for anyone. The army was quickly withdrawn. At the same time, he is also speculating whether it has something to do with the mysterious powerhouse who defeated the Nagumo army. After all, the front foot defeated the army of the Nanyun kingdom, and the back foot of Emperor Zhenwu was restored to life. The secret is only known to the parties involved. Help Zhenliang fulfill his greatest wish. In this regard, no matter what Zhen Wuyang is, Jian Wushuang is the ultimate. Declining Emperor Zhenwu's dinner, Jian Wushuang took Dan Bao and Wu Li and was about to leave directly. In front of the city gate, Jian Wushuang asked Zhen Wuyang what he thought for the last time. "Are you really not going to leave?" "Don't go." Zhen Wuyang shook his head. His complexion was much better than before. He turned to look at Jian Wushuang and said resolutely, actually, at my level, I already know the destiny. This life may be like this. And then I go out and explore. It's also holding you back. How come? Jian Wushuang spread his hands and said, "At least you have now become the master of the universe of the five tribulations realm. This is nothing. The five tribulations realm is just a meteor among all living beings. At our level, if there is no room for improvement, the most important thing is what can be left behind. I don't want to wait for myself to fall and look back on this life. Nothing to be proud of is left behind." Jian Wushuang sighed. "Maybe you are right." The two fell silent at the same time. Really, Wuyang is right. At the beginning, Qixin was half-stepped into the eight tribulations realm. It was not the same that he left the Qixin temple, and even cooperated with Miesheng just to leave a glimmer of hope. The same is true of Zhenwuyang now. It's just that what's left is different. Gone. Jian Wushuang recovered his emotions. His figure slowly rose. He lowered his head and glanced at Zhen Wuyang for the last time, and said indifferently, "Take care." "The same as you," made a final goodbye. The three of Jian Wushuang burst into the air and left the capital of the Jinwu dynasty in an instant. After flying for a distance, they tore the space and left the Jinwu dynasty, feeling the disappearance of the breath. Zhen Wuyang stood on the top of the city, did not turn around for a long time. His eyes were a little cloudy, and he left alone until he could not feel the breath of Jian Wushuang. Of course, this is only temporary. Following Jian Wushuang may have a short burst of enthusiasm, but unfortunately that is something only young people do. God, a world of ice and snow surrounded by aurora, the weather is freezing cold. It is fundamentally different from what those practitioners from the outside world think. The king was right. In the current Wanlu universe, the source has been damaged. The spaces they first entered were the original Wanlu universe, with lush foliage, is full of greenery. Now it is dead silence. Not even a shadow. Swish. Above the sky, a thunder vortex appeared quietly. Dozens of figures rushed out of it quickly. It's over. The whole of God looks the same. It seems to be more serious than what the Lord Realm said. The big monk frowned and said coldly, "Don't worry about this. It's still more important to find the little master. Since it's not in the sky, it's in the sky world below." Sky world? Then how do you get in? Although the Lord of Hengmu is a native of the Wanlu universe, he has only lived in the sky, and he has never been there at all, except that he has heard that there is a heavenly world below. This is simple. Let's go to the universe C first. Anyway, the ladder to becoming is in the universe C, and we have to go sooner or later. King Shenmu and the others could only stare blankly, not familiar with this place at all. "Okay, then you lead the way." Everyone quickly made a decision, and the great monk led the way to the sea of cosmos. The universe sea is actually the sea of origin of life. It is also the mezzanine between the sky and the sky. The treasures of the entire Wanlu universe flow out from the universe sea, where is the core of Wanlu universe, the place of origin, where are the 8 achievements of the metal life mentioned by the Realm King. They still have to solve this scourge before they can help Danbao walk the ladder of gods. King Shenmu and others are heading towards the sea of cosmos. Jian Wushuang is the same here. With Danbao and Wu Li, he left the Jinwu dynasty, and he moved forward at full speed, moving quickly towards the entrance of the universe sea. The original plan was to walk directly into the ladder of gods, but the appearance of the Realm King disrupted the plan. We have to solve the trouble of metal life. They naturally have to hurry up. Chapter 59:36. Brother Wushuang, is the entrance to the universe sea really the same as those old guys said? Wu Li's tone was a little suspicious. When helping Emperor Zhenwu to regain his vitality from the other party's mouth, they learned about the entrance to the Cosmos Sea and the formation of the entrance to the Cosmos Sea. Jian Wushuang also took the opportunity to ask about God, but the other party didn't know much about it. The highest level of the Vault of Heaven is still the Temple of Immortality. Maybe the other party will know, but he doesn't know anyone, so there is no way to ask. Just gave up. Maybe they don't need to worry about meeting with the Great Monk and others. The Great Monk and the Lord of Hongmu are both natives in the Wanlu universe, and they are both cultivators of the gods. Must know something. The powerhouses of the Vault of Heaven can enter the universe sea, let alone God. If it really doesn't work, just smash the space-time tunnel and enter the universe sea. The entrance to the cosmic sea that appeared in the sky world was accidentally opened when the two super-existences were fighting. So Wu Li didn't believe it. I think Emperor Zhenwu has something to brag about. After they came to this world, they had already figured out the strength of time and space here. It is definitely not the origin universe of ordinary practitioners in the ancient moon time and space, even if it is the origin universe of the master of the Peak 8 catastrophe realm universe. They can break open at will. Of course, it's just destroying time and space. And it's just a hole. Destruction is impossible. Even if the Cosmos Master of the 8 Tribulations realm allows them to attack, it cannot be destroyed. This is the power of the Lord of the 8 Tribulations of the universe. The key is that the other party will not let you call. I am afraid that it will be suppressed by the willpower of the Lord of the 8 Tribulations realm as soon as it appears. Now, all they encounter is robbery. It may feel that the 8 Tribulations realm is just like that. As we all know, scattered robbery and the Lord of the universe are two concepts. Now, Jian Wushuang's divine power can be doubled, and with Starry Sky Kendo, he can defeat ordinary 8 Tribulation realm, and even fight against the top powerhouses of 8 Tribulation realm. But when encountering the Lord of the universe in the 8 Tribulations realm, the opponent's divine power is inexhaustible. With the addition of the Origin Dojo, the weakest universe lord in the 8 Tribulations realm has tens of millions of divine powers. Suppressing Jian Wushuang is a matter of raising your hand. Their own strength does not mean that the space of the original universe is powerful. No matter what, it's all at the cosmic level. It is not the origin of time and space comparable to the long river of time and space. Jian Wushuang thought of the original true spirit, according to the true spirit's strength, saving the tunnel that could open up Guyu's time and space at the beginning, even if the realm king secretly made a move. It's also difficult. The true spirit has the strength of the 7 Tribulations realm, at most half a step plus the Qishan Temple itself. It is not bad to have the strength of the 7 Tribulations realm. With that kind of strength, it can open up time-space tunnels. But in Wanlu universe, Jian Wushuang's strength is not known how much stronger than the original true spirit, but it can't shake the time and space of Wanlu universe in the slightest. Wanlu universe, the spatial structure formed, it is stronger than the long river of time and space in the outside world. Wu Li and the others did not know, but he knew that this Wanlu Shenmu was obtained by Weiss, and even the Realm King was not qualified to manipulate it. It must be more powerful than time and space. Inside this universe, it is really strange to want to rely on battle to destroy an entrance to the universe sea. Unless the 9 Tribulations realm appeared in the Wanlu Shenmu, if the 9 Tribulations realm really appeared, the great monk should also know about it. But never heard him mention it. Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment, and then hesitantly said, "Don't worry about it so much. We are not here to study the Wanlu universe. Let's go into the Sea of Cosmos, where can there be countless treasures. Maybe you are lucky, you can still make a fortune." Heroes see the same thing. Wu lightly licked the corner of his mouth. They are all lay people, and they are inevitably fascinated by treasures. Dan Bao is about to become a god, so naturally he doesn't like this. Help Dan Bao become a god, and they will be able to obtain a large amount of treasure. Although the danger level of entering the Wanlu universe is much higher this time, the probability of getting the treasure is almost a certainty. There is also the promise of the king. Now, everyone is looking forward to it. While they were enjoying the future, at the top of the vault of heaven, there was a hall that had not moved for hundreds of millions of years. He is monitoring every move of Jian Wushuang and the others. In the gloomy hall, after realizing that Jian Wushuang and others were targeting the universe, they let out an ancient sigh. 2-6 Tribulations realm. One can't see through, neither is a local powerhouse in the sky world. After the voice in the hall sounded, the thrones rose from the ground, and there was a majestic figure sitting above. The 3 thrones are at the top. Click! A crisp voice sounded, and 3 pairs of eyes opened. At the same time, he looked at the person who spoke. Chao Ge, are you guarding the immortal temple this time? Sir God. The young figure who was replaced by Chao Ge walked out of the darkness and bowed slightly to the 3 thrones. These are the 3 gods of the immortal temple. It is also the super-existence that opened up the immortal temple at the beginning. Chao Ge is nothing but the executor of this immortal temple. Now that something unusual happened, summon 3 ancient gods. And say what he is monitoring. The 3 gods sat on the top, standing still. After listening to Cheage's report, some couldn't sit still. 6 Tribulations realm, crushing the peak of 7 Tribulations realm. Yes, there is another 6 Tribulation realm who is not shot, but his divine power is also more than 1. 5 million. Chao Ge told them one by one. In his opinion, the most mysterious thing is the green-skinned boy, who can't even see the immortal temple. Dan Bao, the 3 gods have been collecting for a long time, and said, since they are not people from the heavenly world, they probably came from the sky, just caught them back, and asked about some things from the gods. They cannot be allowed to enter the Sea of Cosmos. This matter, you do it yourself. Yes. Chao Ge immediately took the order. Over the years, the source of life in the vault of heaven great world has been cut off. They have been thinking about how to go to God. Now that I meet 3 cultivators who are suspected of coming from God, I naturally have to arrest them and ask, the 6 Tribulations realm is comparable to the 8 Tribulations realm. This is also their first encounter. And there is one who cannot even be monitored by the immortal temple, which is obviously extraordinary. Either it was an existence beyond their cognition, or it was because of some kind of treasure. If it is an existence beyond cognition, it will be even better. At that time, it will not be caught, but will be asked for advice. So, this time to go to the song, you must be careful. Get to know each other's bottom line first, and then do it. These things do not need the 3 gods to explain. He can figure it out himself. From the temple, 10 sleeping messengers of the 8 Tribulations realm were summoned, and Chao Ge set off towards Jian Wushuang and the others. Immortal Temple, created by the 3 gods. Chapter 59:37. In every era, there will be a master of the 8 Tribulations realm universe. In this era, Chao Ge was in command of the Immortal Temple. Moreover, as long as you join the 8 Tribulations of the Immortal Temple, you will never fall. The origin of the Immortal Temple is also because of this. Eternal existence. Divine power is immortal. This has a great relationship with a source inside the Immortal Temple. The power of life will continue to be born inside. As long as you sleep in the Immortal Temple, not only will you not lose your vitality, but you will slowly regain your vitality. It's a pity that the source of the Immortal Temple also began to dry up. Although a lot of life force was saved at the beginning, it was not enough. No choice but to send the strong to go to the Sea of Cosmos to find treasures of life and put them into the Temple of Immortality. It can be regarded as the predecessors planted trees and the later generations to enjoy the shade. It's all about preparing for the future. The current Lord of the 8 tribulations of the universe went to the Cosmos Sea, and the power of life received would be donated to the Immortal Temple for free. If you fail to cross the calamity, you will be able to enter the Immortal Temple. The 10 messengers of the gods summoned by Chauga. They are all the masters of the 8 tribulations realm universe who failed to transcend the calamity at the beginning. Now that the universe is gone, it is actually no different from the powerhouses in the outside world. It's just that the powerhouses in the 8 tribulations realm from the outside world have a high probability of falling when they reach their age. The birth of Wanlu universe is many times older than Guyu space-time. The envoys of the gods who were summoned were all the powerhouses of the 8 tribulations realm countless times ago. The departure of these powerhouses is very secret. It wasn't until he got close to Jian Wushuang and others that he was discovered. Someone is behind. The first to discover was Danbao. His sensitivity to life is stronger than Jian Wushuang. The first to discover the powerhouse behind the Immortal Temple, Jian Wushuang, and the others have just reached the top of the Wangxinghai, where the Sea of Cosmos is located. There is still an hour away from the entrance. Several days have passed since he came out of the Jinwu dynasty. Unexpectedly, he was about to enter the Sea of Cosmos and was stared at. The first thing that comes to mind is the Temple of Immortality. In addition to this organization, Jian Wushuang thought of others. It is the other party who has the courage to chase after him. Don't panic, they can't catch up. Jian Wushuang's brows twitched. He had already kept his backhand and did not use full speed for fear of being stared at. I have been on guard for a long time. How can I not stay behind? Whoa! The candle dragon's wings spread out, and a magnificent universe descended from the sky. Space shuttle. All things gather and descend. The origin universe of Jian Wushuang comes. Hundreds of thousands of black holes are connected to form stars, and the 4 secret realms guard the space and time of the universe. This scene shocked Chao Ge, who was chasing after him. Cosmic Dojo. He is the Lord of the 8 tribulations realm universe and can find them. This is the scariest. At this time, they are still a long way from Jian Wushuang. Only the outline of Jian Wushuang's origin universe can be seen. Before we can see clearly, the universe will disappear in the next moment. Only one ripple was left. Traveling through the universe is not as simple as it literally means. Jian Wushuang is traveling with his own universe, and every time is the distance of his own origin universe. The speed is the best in the world, much faster than the previous 3-quake universe. To put it bluntly, before Jian Wushuang's candle dragon wings had to fly 3 times. Now 1 time is the distance of a universe. Moreover, his universe is much larger than the universe of the Lord of the Universe in the 8 tribulations realm, equal to a 3-fold increase in speed. The speed of a space-time hall where Chao Ge was riding could have been able to catch up with Jian Wushuang, and it could also cover up their breath, but he did not expect to be discovered suddenly. Not chasing now, nor not chasing. Their goal is the sea of the universe. Inform the gods. Chao Ge gritted his teeth. He had planned everything, but he was thrown away before he showed up. It can only notify the 3 gods. Only the 3 gods can prevent Jian Wushuang from entering the Sea of Cosmos. After Jian Wushuang really entered the universe, even if the gods came, Jian Wushuang would not be found. The vastness of the cosmic sea is filled with countless heavenly worlds, where is boundless, no end in sight. The space is infinite, and time cannot calculate the years of existence of the cosmic sea, because there is no trace of age. Immortal Temple, the great hall that had not moved for hundreds of millions of years, began to tremble at this moment. Go for yourself. The three gods were a little helpless. When the source of life was not broken, they could manipulate the temple of immortality at will, but not anymore, because the power used by the immortal temple is the power of life. Every startup costs a lot of money. I didn't care before, but now I live my life carefully, so I don't dare to waste it anymore. It's just that in order to investigate the fact that the source of life has been cut off, facing three mysterious cultivators, and their strength is very strange. Originally, the result of the investigation of the immortal temple was only the six tribulations realm. Now it can bring its own cosmic dojo. This is what the master of the eight tribulations realm universe can do, and that universe is huge. It doesn't look like the eight tribulations realm. The three gods watching in the temple of immortality all noticed Danbao. Because he couldn't see through, he pushed all these things down on Danbao. Thanks, since they have to flee facing Chowga. There is nothing to be afraid of. Just go to the entrance of the Cosmos Sea and block them. Go. The three gods manipulated the immortal temple together, and in just an instant they reached the sky above a certain sea area. Below is the endless blue sea. There is a huge black hole in the Convenience. There are countless vortices in the black hole, as if it can swallow everything. This is the entrance to the cosmic sea, the entrance that was accidentally broken open by the two superexistences. The origin of the immortal temple also started from here. The emergence of the cosmic sea has made the practitioners of the vault of Heaven World even stronger. The three gods even obtained the immortal temple from the sea of Cosmos. With the power of life in the immortal temple, they ruled the entire vault of Heaven World. Although there are some special lives, there is no need to transcend tribulation. But they are different from the special beings in the outside world. The special beings in the outside world can use divine power treasures to enhance their divine power. But the special life here needs the power of life to enhance its divine power. This is actually a consensus. Almost everyone knows it. So much so that Zhen Wuyang forgot to tell Jian Wushuang about this. If Jian Wushuang knew this, he would be extremely shocked. If you devour the power of life, it will be transformed into infinite divine power. Some things can be said. Those who rely on the power of devouring life to enhance their divine power can only think of destroying life. These special beings were bred from the Wanli universe. It was terrible. The layout is too deep. Immortal temple, suspended above the sea, waiting for Jian Wushuang to arrive. The three gods stood on the white stone slab of the temple. Chapter 59:38. In fact, there are not many palaces in the entire immortal temple, and the surrounding area is a flat ground covered with white stone slabs. Come on, it's really fast. The three gods look together. A huge elliptical universe in the distance is constantly shrinking and shrinking, shifting the distance of one universe each time. Jian Wushuang constantly vibrated the candle dragon's wings, relied on space to move, and was about to reach the entrance of the universe sea, but stopped at this moment. Wuli looked surprised and asked, "Why did you stop?" "Someone." Without waiting for Jian Wushuang to speak, Danbao explained the reason. This time Jian Wushuang also felt it. In fact, if you look better, you can see it. In his own universe, he brought a life robbery and performed a super ancient transformation. Now his divine power has reached a terrifying 6 million. His eyes penetrated almost everything. Naturally, you can see a circular temple suspended above the sea. A sphere divided into two pieces. This is the temple he saw. Danbao, can you see how many strong people are above? A lot of. Danbao's answer was succinct, but Jian Wushuang was not calm. A lot of. Then it's not over. How did these guys find us? Jian Wushuang was puzzled, and now he had no choice, and the road was blocked. If you want to enter the universe, see, there is only this way. Now that you are blocked, you can only face it. He didn't believe these people. They came to kill him. If you can't hide, just go and see. There is no murderous aura in that hall, so it shouldn't be bad for us. Danbao added. However, I can feel that the inner origin of that temple is related to life. Treasure of life. Jian Wushuang frowned. His robbery armor is also related to life. He could feel a resonance just now, but it was very weak. He didn't care. Now, Danbao said that there is the origin of life in that temple. That would prove that he felt right. It is a special treasure of life. Wanlu universe is indeed unusual. This kind of treasure can be born. If it is obtained from the outside world, I am afraid that the entire northern time and space will be snatched. No wonder people from the outside crowded their heads and wanted to come in. The treasures here really cannot be viewed with ordinary people's eyes. Jian Wushuang's eyes were hot. Although Jiejia has some resonance with that temple, it is a similar treasure. But overall, compared to this temple, his robbery armor is just as tattered. There is no comparison at all. However, for the sake of safety, he still took the robbery armor and returned to normal, and the origin universe slowly disappeared. Simply use the candle dragon's wings to quickly approach the temple. The other party can wait for them so calmly. There is absolute certainty. Go head to head again. There is no chance. Rather than face it honestly. If it's really bad for them, it's not too late to make a move. If the other party had no idea about them at first, but the one who used the knife and the gun followed, wouldn't it be asking for trouble? It is enough to be prepared. If you really want to do it, you will be able to rise to the peak in an instant. Swish! The three figures reached the edge of the temple and stopped slowly. There are three of them, and the opposite is also three. Boom! Just as he stabilized his body, the thunder rolled in the sky, and the lightning connected into a line surrounding the surroundings, and the shocking space was trembling. Then a group of people loomed in the thunder and lightning. It was Chaoga and others. Jian double eyelids twitched, glanced at it, and ignored it, thinking about it with his ass. He knew that these people were in the same group as the people in the temple. 3 seniors. I don't know what's stopping me from waiting. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang asked directly, not wanting to go around with the other party. He could see that the other party did not intend to kill, probably just trying to find out their identities. Better to be honest. In the current battle, even if he has a lot of cards, he doesn't have any chance to turn around. What's more, Danbao's shield of life has not recovered. Can't hit hard. Where are you from? Where are you going? Above the shrine, 3 gods sat on the throne, imposingly arrogant. Come from above. Go to the Sea of Cosmos. Jian Wushuang pointed to God. The meaning is clear. These are the powerhouses in the Vault of Heaven world, and he can't tell the other party that he is from the outside world. It is estimated that they will not believe it. Rather, it is from God. Why are you here? The immortal sitting on the left stared at Jian Wushuang with slightly narrowed eyes. Come here unintentionally. They don't want to come here either. I just want to go to God, or follow the great monk. Only the other party knows where the ladder of becoming I is. Come here unintentionally. The 3 gods were stunned, but they could see that Jian Wushuang was not lying. At their level, if you want to deceive the 3 of them, you can see the flaws before you even open your mouth. Chaoga slowly fell above the temple at this time, cupped his hands, and said, Sir God, Some people related to this person on Emperor Zenwi's side have already been brought under control. They prepared both hands. What Jian Wushuang did in the Jinwu dynasty has long been watched by the Immortal Temple. Since he wanted to find out the details of Jian Wushuang, he was naturally prepared. I said, it's just unintentional. It's useless for you to catch them. Jian Wushuang was a little anxious. Not the powerhouse of the Immortal Temple. It's as simple as catching Zhenwiang and Jinwu the Great. Rather, he sensed the other's intentions. He helped Emperor Jinwu regain his vitality and expose the power of life. Originally thought that in the Wanlu universe, the power of life is not rare. But now it seems that it is different from what he thought. The power of life is precious everywhere. Although it is easy to obtain the power of life in the world of the sky, it consumes a lot. No one knows how many sleeping eight tribulations realm powerhouses there are in the Immortal Temple, and these people need the power of life to maintain. The power of life not only maintains the vitality of the sanctuary realm, but is also a necessity for special life to enhance the divine power. Speaking of which, the power of life is more useful than the outside world. Jian Wushuang is afraid of this. If you stare at their life force, you will have to fight to the death. Wu Li couldn't help but said at this time, "What do you want to say? Just say it directly. Don't go around." He was not afraid, because the big monk is even more desolate than them. He must be approaching them. Don't be afraid if there is help. Arrogant. Seeing that Wu Li dared to speak rudely to the immortal god, Chao Gu was about to take action immediately. Don't be rude. Chao Gu, who was about to start, stopped and stood to the side. Honestly, the three gods changed their thoughts and had plans in private. House arrest. Now that you know that it came from God, you have to ask God about it. Since the three guests are here, let's stay. Chapter 59:39. The skinny old man sitting in the middle slowly raised his hand and pointed, and the time and space instantly froze. Jian Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief. In this hand, just now, there was no divine power fluctuation, but it was able to stop time and space. Definitely stronger than the great monk and the Shinmu king. He couldn't even resist. It's over. This time it's really big. When he met such a strong man, he had no hope of escaping. It's still a good idea. It's better to run away, at least to be able to deal with it. There is no way to escape now. Fortunately, the other party did not intend to kill, just wanted to keep them. Don't resist. Jian Wushuang shook his head to Wu Li and Dan Bao. At the same time, he was thinking about countermeasures. How to get out? With the opponent's combat power, even if the monk and the Shinmu king found them, it would be useless. Can't save them at all. Unless Qi Jiuxiao comes, it will be able to fight. The key point is that Qi Jiuxiao is not the same as them, can only think of countermeasures. You don't have to worry. The skinny old man swiped his finger and sent Jian Wushuang and the others directly into the Immortal Temple. We just want to know some things in the gods. If you cooperate well, I guarantee that you will be fine. Jian Wushuang sighed. Seniors, feel free to ask what you want to know, and I will answer truthfully, but we really have urgent things to do. This time he was almost pleading. Really want to deduct a few of them. I don't know when I can leave. Although he has time, it is not such a waste. Introduce myself. My name is Jiang Wuya, and I am one of the pioneers of the Immortal Temple. I can assure you that as long as you cooperate, everything will be easy to say. Jian Wushuang is in a hurry. They are in a hurry too. The matter of the source of life, it can be related to their life and death. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. His expression became more solemn, and then asked, Senior Jiang, if you have anything to ask, just say it. Okay. Jiang Wuya pinched his beard with his skinny paws and said all the words he had prepared earlier. The main thing is to ask God if there is some kind of change. On the contrary, he did not ask how Jian Wushuang came to be, because they can also see that Jian Wushuang and the others have secrets, and they won't really tell them. It's better to ask about your own interests. God. Jian Wushuang pretended to be relaxed, but in reality he panicked more than anyone else. How does he know what God is like? But looking at the other party's appearance, I'm afraid I don't know much about God. Simply began to fabricate a huge ancient world of God. Then bring out that mishap. Misfortune. Naturally, the metal life has eroded the willow tree. This is not a secret. Even if it is said, it is fine. These powerhouses within the Wanlu universe cannot possibly have an affair with metal beings. After the three gods heard the invasion of metal life, they suddenly changed. Then it directly blocked time and space, escaped into the interior of the temple. Is metal life related to the pyramid we saw? Impossible. Jiang Wuya directly retorted. That pyramid is just a treasure. How could it be life? That kid has said that it is a metal life, not a regular life, but a special life. It is very possible. I have long suspected that the source is cut off, and it has something to do with that pyramid. The source of life in the immortal temple has dried up. In fact, there are traces to follow, but they have no evidence. The immortal temple in the peak period could enter and exit the universe sea at will. At the beginning, they used the immortal temple to search for treasures in the universe sea. No matter how powerful and dangerous the land is, you can take the immortal temple and break into it. The last time, it was because I hit a pyramid. They thought it was a treasure, but they couldn't take it away. Just hit it with the temple of immortality. As a result, no matter how much you hit it, it couldn't be shaken. Finally gave up. Back in the vault of Heaven World, it didn't take long for the source of life of the immortal temple to dry up. They thought so at first. Later, as treasures such as life became less in the vault of Heaven World, there was no more doubt. According to what Jian Wushuang said now, it is very likely that some kind of accident occurred at that time. They accidentally triggered some kind of ban. The pyramid has since disappeared. At that time, I felt that it was taken away by someone else. Now it seems that there is a metal life inside the pyramid, and they used the immortal temple to collide, which awakened the metal life inside. If the Real King knew that it was the metal life they released, they would probably jump and curse. In fact, when Wanlu Shimu was brought over by Weiss, this pyramid was in the Sea of Cosmos, just kept sealed. It was because the immortal temple broke the restriction that the metal life was released. The three stared wide-eyed. I thought that something happened to God, but it turned out to be because of my own reasons. For a while, some could not accept it. Whoa! The three returned to Jian Wushuang, this time with a more friendly attitude. Three little friends. How much do you know about this metal life? Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Actually, there are not many. I don't even know its specific location. I just want to try my luck in the Cosmos Sea. The Realm King said at the beginning that metal life is eating away the source of life of Wanlu. Then it's probably inside the source. That is, the interior of the cosmic sea, where is the ladder of becoming a god. If you want to become a god, you cannot avoid metal life. In fact, when Danbao becomes the of life, it will be easier to deal with metal life. Unfortunately, the deal will not agree. This metal life does not understand anything. It is the powerhouse from other time and space. Maybe they know more than they do. The three gods looked at each other. Now, the truth is out. If you don't deceive yourself, you can even go to the Sea of Cosmos to find metal life. Since this is the case, then it is my duty to wait. Although I don't know how this metal life appeared, it is also threatening the world of the sky. This matter is not only about your powerhouses, but we will also do it ourselves. Jiang Wuya said impassively, "I can't wait to find the metal life immediately and go directly to the opponent." Jian Wushuang didn't expect the opponent's pattern to be so big. He thought that the other party would not believe it, or that he had to be more euphemistic. No idea, there was no intention of asking for help. The other party immediately agreed. Also take the initiative to kill metal life. Bright willows. Senior Gao Yi. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. Benefactor, this hall is not simple. Dan Bao suddenly transmitted a voice at this time, because he felt a wave from inside the temple. Chapter 5940. After he entered the temple, the breath of life began to rise slowly. It is related to the origin of his life. After hearing Dan Bao's voice transmission, Jian Wushuang didn't move and secretly voiced, "What's wrong?" "In this hall, there is a source of life, but it is blocked by some kind of prohibition." Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed. "The source of life is a treasure. It is no less than the power of innate life, and it is also the power of life like the source." He also tried his best to restrain himself. This kind of treasure is not something they can touch, at least not now. Try to be restrained. Now is not the time to talk about this. When the great monk and the King Shenmu arrive, we are qualified to talk about this. Dan Bao nodded secretly and said nothing more. This treasure is indeed of great use to him. Jian Wushuang can feel the resonance even by relying on Jieja, not to mention Dan Bao, the defending of life. If it is really useful to Dan Bao, then we will have to wait for the big monks to arrive before they have the confidence to study it. I am afraid that I have not spoken yet, and will be destroyed by these people. The three gods, since they said they want to help them find metal life, are people on the same boat. Still have to be treated well. The search for metal life is urgent. The three gods first asked Chaoga to inform the masters of the 8 tribulations in the universe to inquire about the news, and then politely invited Jian Wushuang and others to the inner hall, said to rest. In fact, it is also a disguised house arrest. Although Jian Wushuang was anxious, there was no better way. In fact, if Dan Bao goes to the Sea of Cosmos, it is easiest to find metal life. After all, it has the source of life. It's too slow to let the masters of the universe in the immortal temple find it. One day in the sky is reincarnated. The great monk took Shenmu Wang and others around for 3 days before entering the Sea of Cosmos. Jian Wushuang stayed in the Temple of Immortality for 3 full reincarnations. People are going crazy. This day, inside a side hall of the immortal temple, Jian Wushuang was drinking and chatting with Wu Li, and all-day retreats were not very helpful for cultivation. And now that he can't get out, he is either studying life in his own origin universe or wandering in the temple. Today, I happened to meet Wu Li going out of customs, and the two chatted casually. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps outside the hall. Wu Li immediately put down the wine glass and turned to look outside the hall. Sorry to bother you." The visitor let out a light laugh and hurried in. Over the years, the two of them have also gained an understanding of some of the powerhouses in the Immortal Temple, except for the 3 gods, Immortal Temple, and 10 Immortal Kings. Chaoga is just one of them. These 10 Dharma Kings have all commanded the Immortal Temple. Personal strength, the weakest, is the top of the 8 tribulations realm. The person in front of him is the person in charge of the last Immortal Temple. Strength is not weak, Chaoga. Nansheng Dharma King, Jian Wushuang, and Wu Li got up at the same time. The other party is the master of the universe of the 8 tribulations realm. Because of the appearance of Chaoga, he abdicated, and then went to the Sea of Cosmos to venture further, wanting to go further. Unfortunately, every step of the 8 tribulations realm is difficult. Among the masters of the universe, He is considered the top of the 8 tribulations realm. But when it comes to divine power, it starts with 1,000,000. It is definitely the peak combat power of the 8 tribulations realm. This is the power of the Lord of the universe. For such a strong man, Jian Wushuang and Wu Li naturally did not dare to neglect. Dharma King Nansheng raised his hand and said, "Don't be restrained. Sit down and talk." Jian Wushuang and Wu Li also sat down, and at the same time they were looking forward to it. There may be some good news. In their second epic, in the Temple of the Immortal, they almost found the location of the metal life. They have already captured the breath, but when they waited for the people to go, the pyramid had already disappeared. Later, the 3 gods went in to look for it in person, but they were never found again. But it also gave them hope. Now all the sleeping powerhouses of the 8 tribulations realm in the immortal temple have been summoned, all thrown into the sea of cosmos. The 3 gods are actually more anxious than them, because life force is about so many things. Over the years, Jian Wushuang has also learned about the 3 major gods, not the 3 tribulations, but special life. This is also the reason why the opponent is so powerful. The surface combat power is stronger than that of the great monk. I am afraid that the 3 of them together can be tied with Qi Jiuxiao. You must know that the great monk and the Shenmu king will all fall in front of Qi Jiuxiao. Special life. Growth is still much higher than that of practitioners. The same level can be seen. I came to you this time because of the manpower problem. You didn't need to go there originally. It's just that a new secret realm has recently appeared in the Sea of Cosmos. Lord, they do not lack the power of life. They lack the opportunity. So, Jian Wushuang nodded and said solemnly, "Understandable." Saying this on the face, my heart has long been happy. He has long wanted to enter the Sea of Cosmos. Even those who follow the immortal temple, he will enter. Staying in the temple of the immortal is not a long-term solution at all. In the blink of an eye, 3 epochs have passed. There is still no news about the great monk and Shenmu Wang. Not only was Wushuang anxious, Wu Li was even more anxious. How long would it take if it was stuck here forever? South St. Dharma King, what do you need the 3 of us to do? Just say it. Although Jian Wushuang was excited in his heart, he still had to restrain himself. Otherwise, the other party must think that he has a ghost in his heart. In fact, the immortal temple is of great use to Jian Wushuang and the others, so they may not necessarily think about escaping. Danbao has a special method to find metal life, and at that time, he can use the power of the immortal temple to eradicate metal life. With their current situation, even if they escaped and reconciled with the great monk and others, they would not be able to solve the metal life. At the beginning, still a little careless. I feel that Wanlu universe, no matter how powerful it is, will not be more powerful than the powerhouses in the ancient moon space-time. But now it seems that they think too much. In a single vault of heaven world, the powerhouses of the 8 tribulations have survived to this day, and there are at least 5 lords of the universe in the 8 tribulations that Jian Wushuang has seen. Moreover, there are many special lives of the 8 tribulations realm that are just as powerful. Not to mention scattered calamities, but to say that the number of these powerhouses is comparable to that of ancient moon space-time. That's not even counting God. Otherwise, there will be more. At first, they felt that with the presence of the great monk and the king of Shenmu, everything could be solved. But with the threat of metal life, they have to face Baby D. Passive. I have been walking all the time, and I am passive when encountering many things. In the final analysis, Jian Wushuang's strength is not enough. In other words, what he encountered was beyond what he should have been able to bear. Chapter 59:41. However, without these things and opportunities, He could not have become so powerful. Everything is fair. Jian Wushuang did not complain. Under the guidance of the Southern Saint Dharma King, they once again met the three gods. This time, they will follow Nanxing Dharma King and take over Chaoga to go to the depths of the universe to search for metal life. In the past, the three gods would not do this. But after knowing the reason for the drying up of the source of life, I became more anxious. I didn't feel anything at first, but the more I waited, the more chaotic it became. Because of worry. I am worried that even treasures such as life will not appear in the future. By then, they will be gone. The temple of immortality relies on the word immortality. Without the power of life, immortality becomes a joke, unable to protect themselves. So they will be anxious. Although the Lord of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm is not in a hurry, there is also the whimper of the death of the rabbit and the fox. Sooner or later, one day, he will also follow in his footsteps. No one dared to say that they would step into the 9 tribulations realm. For some reason, the 9 tribulations realm is like a shackle firmly controlling the Lord of the universe. Always insurmountable. Northern time and space, 9 core time and space rivers. There are only 3 superpowers that have existed since ancient times. But these 3 people were called puppets by Weiss. It can be seen. These 3 ancient existences are probably not the experts of the 9 tribulations realm, but have become eternal existences for some reason. The powerhouse who can really show up and show the combat power of the 9 tribulations has never appeared at all. There may be such existences in other time and space, or in the starry sky. But north time and space, there should be no. This may have something to do with the law. The goal of the 3 gods is actually not the 9 tribulations realm, but to break through all laws, beyond space and time, forge eternity. The premise of wanting to do this is the power of life, and the operation of the temple of immortality. Relying on cultivation alone is basically in vain. Jian Wushuang and the others don't understand this, so naturally they don't understand. And they foolishly think that these 3 gods just want to save their lives. Talked a few words with the 3 gods. It is still a superficial cliche as always, and there is no substantive information leaked. Mainly worried that Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to escape. Said some good things. For Jian Wushuang, these words are useless. His left ear goes in his right ear. Finally, after expressing his loyalty, he followed Nanxing Dharma King and left, out of the temple of immortality. It is the entrance to the cosmic sea. The reason why it didn't move is because the power of life can't be wasted anymore, and it's good to be blocked at the entrance of the universe sea. Several teams took turns to go to the Sea of Cosmos to search for metal life. By the way, you can also find some treasures, such as this newly discovered secret realm. Just a big discovery. The secret realm floated from the depths of the Cosmos Sea, and it happened to be discovered by Chaoga and others. And naturally, he took people in. And there's still not enough manpower. This made Jian Wushuang 3 come out and do some activity. Of course, it's not just because of this. Think back to what the 3 gods said. Especially for Dan Bao's eyes, it can be seen that there is doubt in his eyes, because they can't see through Dan Bao. I think Dan Bao is very special. That's why Jian Wushuang took people to try. Maybe the metal life can be found. This time, as long as it is discovered, the location will be transmitted to the 3 major gods, the immortal temple, and it will come instantly, no matter where it is in the Sea of Cosmos. As long as there is enough life force in the immortal temple, it can be reached in an instant. With this guarantee, Jian Wushuang and the others were relieved. As long as you are responsible for looking for it, you will notify the 3 gods when you find it. and you don't need them to take action. Even Jian Wushuang has thought about it. And when the time comes, they will be able to take the opportunity to escape when the three gods fight against the metal life. This is the best plan. It's a pity that every plan is good, but it's difficult to perform when you encounter it. Whoa! Dharma King Nanxing stood in front of the entrance to the Sea of Cosmos. His hands were sealed, and he played an unknown secret method. The entrance to the universe sea was blocked. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. Looking at the ordinary entrance, after the seal was formed, a wave appeared. Then he felt the surging divine power erupt from it. Dharma King Nanxing said indifferently, "Why, haven't you felt the power of the universe, see?" "I'm just curious that the mark of the Dharma King turns out to be the key to this entrance. If I had been foolish enough to enter, I would have been stopped." Jian Wushuang naturally won't say anything about the universe sea, so as not to expose himself. At that moment, he was really startled. The violent power kept blowing out from the entrance. Could it be that the whole universe is like this? Jian Wushuang was secretly surprised. His eyes flashed, and there was shock in his eyes. Behind Wu Li, his eyes widened even more, for fear that others would not be able to tell that they had never been to the Sea of Cosmic Universe. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but let out a dry cough and reminded the other party, "Don't be ashamed. It's like they don't know anything." Fortunately, Danbao is calm enough, and the Southern Saint Dharma King has been talking to Jian Wushuang, but his eyes are on Danbao. After the entrance to the Sea of Cosmos was opened, it didn't take long for a number of powerhouses in the Eight Tribulations realm to appear in the entrance. These Eight Tribulation realm powerhouses are all scattered tribulations. Every billion years, it is rotated. The rest of the Cosmos Masters of the Eight Tribulations followed Chauga to the newly appeared secret realm. These powerhouses of the Eight Tribulations had very little vitality, and it was okay to search for metal life. Just fight. The universe sea is transformed by divine power. Flying above will consume a lot of divine power, which is no less than fighting. These scattered tribulations must come back to cultivate once every 100 million years. Otherwise, the vitality will be consumed too much, and I am afraid that they will fall asleep directly. The 100 million years in the outside world, in the interior of the universe, is an era of time, so it is necessary to rotate. In order to find metal life, the three gods of the immortal temple gathered a large group of the lords of the seven tribulations of the universe and went to the cosmos to search. It's just that the thought power of these people is too weak compared to the Eight Tribulations realm. A dead skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although the robbery has lost its origin, the power of thought is still there. An Eight Tribulation realm can top a group of Seven Tribulation realm. But Jian Wushuang is different. His mind power is no worse than that of the master of the Eight Tribulations realm universe. This is also why the three gods indicated the reason why they wanted him to go. And Dan Bao, since he became a candidate for the God of Life, and refined that treasure, his mind power is even more terrifying. Dan Bao can feel the power that he can't feel. Nan Shang, I'll leave it to you. The returning Eight Tribulation realm powerhouse said hello, glanced at Jian Wushuang and the others, and then turned to enter the immortal temple. Nansheng smiled lightly. "Jian Wushuang, let's go too." Chapter 5942. And Jian Wushuang nodded. This time, in addition to the four of them, there are also 5 scattered tribulations from the Eight Tribulations realm. 9 people in total. It's time to find out separately, but the 3 of them will be separated. This is also to prevent Jian Wushuang and others from escaping in partnership. Although the scope of the cosmic sea is large, it is gathered by divine power. it is impossible to detect the fluctuation of divine power at all. Only some special imprints can feel their respective positions. Swish! Several figures entered the entrance instantly. Everyone only felt that a gust of wind blew across their faces, and they had entered the sea of cosmos. It looks indistinguishable from the sea outside. All are light blue, but the breath is different. Cosmic sea. It is the ocean of divine power. It has a great repressive force for these divine power cultivators. If you fly above, you will feel tired. No wonder those 8 tribulation realms have to come back to rest and recover. And the threshold to enter the universe, see, is millions of divine power. This threshold is very high. It is basically the threshold of the 7 tribulations realm. There is no 7 tribulations realm, and if you come, you will die. It's okay to wander around, but once you go deep, you'll fall if you don't encounter any danger. Jian Wushuang looked at the boundless sea of cosmos, and his heart was extremely shocked, and said with emotion, "It would be great if such a huge ocean of divine power could be swallowed." Everyone thinks this way. Such a large universe, see, let alone swallowing it all up. As long as you master 1/10,000th of it, you can be invincible in the world. King Nansheng laughed lightly. He had this idea at the beginning. That was the first time he stepped into the sea of cosmos, and the elders of the family brought him here, and he was the master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm. I want to see this cosmic sea, but just in the periphery, I felt infinite pressure. Not to mention swallowing it up. It is an extravagant hope to be able to look forward to it in the sea of cosmos. At present, he is also the master of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm and can live normally in the universe, or a special life in the 8 tribulations realm. The rest can't stay long. Okay, we should set off. Not far from here, there is a teleportation array. We will first go through the teleportation array, go to the inner circle, and then split up to find it, Nansheng Dharma King explained, and everyone flew towards the teleportation formation. The teleportation array here was built by the 3 original gods to save time on the road. It is a shortcut for those 7 tribulations realm. With these teleportation arrays, the Lord of the 7 tribulations realm universe can also go deep into the depths of the universe. Emperor Zhenwu, a scattered robbery, has the combat power of half a step and 8 tribulations. It is because he wandered in the sea of cosmos that he obtained a huge turtle shell and created the secret method of Zhenwu, achieved the half-step 8 robbery realm. It can be said that as long as you enter the depths of the cosmos sea, you can get the same chance if you are lucky. This is also why so many cultivators come forward to come in. Emperor Zhenwu tried his best to lose his vitality and almost brought down the Zhenwu dynasty, just to go to the depths of the universe to compete for a treasure. If he succeeded, he might be able to take another half step. After all, it was a robbery. Although the combat power was still half a step and 8 tribulations, the room for improvement was limited. Even so, you have to fight. The Sea of Cosmos has to be said to be a magical place. Fascinating. See, the essence through the cosmic sea. In fact, the same is true of Wanlu Shenmu. Outside, cultivators are obsessed with Wanlu Shenmu. Inside, it is obsessed with the depths of the cosmic sea, because there are powerful treasures flowing out. Taking the teleportation array, everyone quickly reached the depths of the universe sea. The span of each transmission is very large. If you fly slowly, I am afraid it will take several epochs. This time span, even the Lord of the 7 tribulations realm universe can't bear it. The 8 tribulation realm powerhouses who are still at their peak can do it, because the speed is fast enough. Jian Wushuang made a rough calculation. In the state of his infinite divine power, I am afraid it will take an era. If only he had been let in. Just flying is enough. I don't know what happened to the great monk and Shenmu Wang. If they really entered the sky, relying on Bruce's causal induction, they should be able to find out that they are in the heavenly world. It's just a hassle when to find them. The world of the sky is different from the time and space of God. But the space-time of the cosmic sea is stable. As long as they all enter the cosmic sea, the flow rate is the same. What Jian Wushuang didn't know was that the great monk and Shenmu Wang had already entered the sea of cosmos, and it has been drifting in the cosmic sea for hundreds of epochs. The cosmic sea, the sky is round, and the place is round. No matter where you enter from the entrance, it is on the other side. Jian Wushuang and the others can ride the teleportation array. However, the Shenmu King and the great monk did not have a teleportation formation and could only fly. Fortunately, Dan Bao helped them regain their peak, and they also got a lot of fruits of life. Otherwise, you will be exhausted. Jian Wushuang was also worried, but he underestimated the methods of the great monk and Shenmu Wang. At this time, in the depths of the cosmos sea, a mysterious realm of dead vines is floating. On the outside, it is a withered vine, but the inside is a cave. King Shenmu, the great monk, and others are on this vine. When they first entered the cosmic sea, they just felt a little special and were curious about how the cosmic sea was formed. The great monk deliberately concealed it because of the horror of this cosmic sea. He is the clearest. If they only rely on flying to find Jian Wushuang and the others, I am afraid that all but the monk himself will be exhausted. If you say it, I am afraid no one will dare to come in. Fortunately, they encountered a floating vine in the depths of the cosmic sea. It's a secret cave. Take the opportunity to enter this secret realm. Rely on this vine to keep drifting and save your own divine power. Otherwise, before meeting the metal life, you will be exhausted first. Coincidentally, the secret realm they were in happened to be met by Chowga and others who were looking for metal life. Now, I am trying to find a way to break through the secret realm to find treasures. There are indeed treasures inside the cave, but they have been cleaned up by the great monk and the king of Shenmu. Nothing is left. Therefore, Jian Wushuang's worries are unnecessary. Not only did he not tire himself, but he even made a fortune in blood. Everyone ate their mouths full of oil. Divine power greatly increased. The interior of the withered vine cave is devastated. There are many huge dead trees without any vitality. Of course, this is not what the Shenmu King and the others did, but it is the way it is. But under these dead trees, they received a lot of fruit hearts. That is the fruit heart left after the fruit evaporates, which is also of great help to the divine power. Withered trees die with each other, which is also of great help to practitioners. It can be said that the whole body is full of treasures. In front of each dead tree, there is a cultivator sitting cross-legged, constantly nibbling away the divine power on the dead tree. Chapter 59:43. On the largest dead tree, 2 people were sitting cross-legged. Naturally, it is the Shenmu King and the great monk. Only these 2 people are qualified to occupy absolute resources. For the rest, only soup is served. The 2 who got the most benefit were a little unsightly at this time. What about the natives outside? It's better to kill it. Absolutely not. The big monk shook his head quickly. Those natives are hitting their attention, and they don't have time to hit those natives. And this is the first time they have met a cultivator. After suffering for such a long time, I finally saw a living person, and I had to go out and talk about anything. It's just that after they go out, in what capacity should they deal with it? You can never say that you are from God. The great monk is an aboriginal powerhouse in Wanlu universe. He knows that it is too difficult for God to enter the heavenly world. The reason why they were able to reach this place smoothly, or because of the demise of God, it has become a world of ice and snow and has lost its vitality. The gap in the Sea of Cosmos has also been reduced a lot. Then what do you say? The Shenmue King was in a pretentious mood. Over the years, they have been so depressed. They have been looking for Danbao, according to Bruce's cause and effect, but there is no news at all. And no matter how he walked, he felt that there was an infinite distance away from Danbao. Hearts are scattered now. How could they not panic? We have to take a long-term view. Since we can meet practitioners here, we are close to the world of the vault of heaven. The reason why we feel the distance of the little master is because of the isolation of time and space. Once you enter the world of the vault of heaven, you can quickly find the little master. Them. King Shenmue said angrily, "I still use you to teach me?" The reason is clear. The key is how to get to the heavenly world. You can't let those people outside lead the way. 3-year-olds will laugh at them if they say this. In the face of unfamiliar powerhouses who will lead the way, only hit the opponent and bow their heads, and then take them to the world of the vault of heaven. This is also the meaning of Shenmue King. But the monk did not think so, because in the outside world there are 6 masters of the universe. Each is in the 8 tribulations realm. When they go out, they may not be able to fight. Although King Shenmue had refined that treasure back then, his divine power was stronger than that of the Lord of the Universe. So, at best, it was 1-to-1 suppression. Counting himself, the 2 would fight at most 2. But there are 6 lords of the 8 tribulations realm universe outside. There are only 2 options before them now. Go out and fight. Dodge and avoid the battle. At present, this cave is strong, and they can still withstand it. Go out. Only one battle. Because he knew that those lords of the universe came for treasures. Alas! The great monk sighed that the team was not easy to lead. Shenmue King has a lot of confidence, because this time he is the biggest gainer. The dead wood here does not help his own combat power much, but it helps his Mayun vines a lot. The Mayun Fujimoto of the Shenmue King has the top combat power of the 8 tribulations realm. Now that he has absorbed deadwood, he is no weaker than his deity, and even stronger. It is also a plant life, and the secret technique has been improved enough. Using Mayun Vine, he can sneak attack and quickly kill a Cosmos Master in the 8 tribulations realm. If you go out to fight, you may not lose. That's why I advocated going out to fight. Just when the 2 were at a stalemate, Blue, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, suddenly opened his eyes. "I feel Danbao's position." Bruce shouted out directly, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble with excitement. He waited too long for this moment. Danbao's position has not moved. Although their positions have been approaching, the effect is very small. Now he feels Danbao's position, and they are in the same time and space, and the distance is very close. If you go out to fly, at the speed of a great monk, you can find Danbao in 10 years. After hearing what Bruce said, everyone looked over. The Shenmue King and the great monk rushed over directly. Not just them. After entering the Sea of Cosmos, Danbao also felt Bruce's position. I just kept riding the teleportation array, and the speed was too fast to tell Jian Wushuang. After they stabilized, Danbao immediately sent a sound transmission to Jian Wushuang. Found it. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed when he heard Danbao's voice transmission. He knew that the big monk and the others must be coming towards them. It's just that the 2 sides are not in the same time and space, so it feels very far away. As soon as he entered the depths of the universe sea, he felt the position of the other party. Jian Wushuang's voice transmission asked, "How far is it?" 10 years. The same speed as Blue predicted the big monk. The peak speed of the Great Monk is similar to that of Jian Wushuang's shuttle universe. After hearing this distance, Jian Wushuang pondered. Now find the location of the big monks. He was considering whether to leave the team now and take Danbao and others to find the Great Monk. Once he leaves the Temple of Immortality, now, the opponent will definitely chase him. Although they can't catch up with them, it means one more enemy. But he also wanted to reconcile with the Great Monk and others, which gave him more confidence. That leaves the last solution. Danbao, before we leave, you will tell Nanxing Dharma King the location of the Great Monk and others. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and he had a plan. Murder with a knife. After Danbao heard it, he frowned and said, "Tell Dharma King Nanxing?" He was still a little naive and couldn't understand Jian Wushuang's words. "You just said that you feel the breath of metal life, and you are in that position. I will cooperate with you again at that time. Whether Nanxing Dharma King believes it or not, he will go to check it out. If we follow our comprehensive speed, it will be almost 100 years. At this time, the Southern Saint Dharma King doesn't care at all." Jian Wushuang directly stated the plan in detail, which was actually very simple, would rather waste time than take the initiative to miss. This is the current state of the Immortal Temple. Facing the tasks of the three major gods, the Southern Saint Dharma King did not dare to neglect them at all, and they also knew the dangers of metal life. Besides, Danbao has always played a mysterious role. Before entering the Sea of Cosmos, the Southern Saint Dharma King has been staring at Danbao, and now it is the same. Although he is not staring at it, there is a mind power that stays on Danbao. Now that Danbao speaks about his findings, I am afraid that Dharma King Nanxing will definitely care. Don't be afraid that the other party won't do it. Danbao took a deep breath and said in a gloomy voice, "Dharma King Nanxing." Kindness. Dharma King Nanxing turned his head to look at Danbao for the first time. He was just planning the area, and he was going to have people scattered to search. After hearing Danbao's words, he was stunned. "You said you felt the location of the metal life?" King Nanxing couldn't believe it. Although I think Danbao is a bit mysterious, but just after entering the Sea of Cosmos, Danbao said that he has found a metal life which is too strange, and he has doubts in his heart for a while. Chapter 5944. Jian Wushuang looked at the other party, did not believe that he directly stated the coordinates, and then added, "South Saint Dharma King, but 100 years' journey. Why don't we go and explore?" Every search is an epoch of time. 100 years, what is it? Where did you say it was? Dharma King Nanxing didn't care about the 100 years, but was surprised why Danbao discovered the location of the metal life so quickly. Now, after hearing the position reported by Jian Wushuang, he was even more surprised and stayed where he was. Then he took out a token with his backhand. His mind power entered the token, and a phantom appeared on the token, which was the Chao Go, the master of the universe of the 8 tribulations. "You keep the secret realm in the cave. Don't let it run away. It'll take someone there right away." Chao Guest's phantom moved slightly and said in surprise, "Would you like to inform Lord God?" "Not needed for now." After the Dharma King Nanxing said, he put away the token, then turned to look at Jian Wushuang and said, "If Lord God comes, the price will be very high, and we need to confirm it again. The location you are talking about is the secret realm of the cave that Chao and the others discovered." Jian Wushuang was surprised. What? How could it be so coincidental? Really let them meet. The secret realm discovered by the great monk and the king of Shenmu in Chao. Isn't this a flood that washed down the Dragon King Temple? Fortunately, the Southern Saint Dharma King is more cautious if this is to let the gods move directly. Isn't that just a scammer? I am afraid that the great monk and the king of Shenmu were dumbfounded when they saw them. Bring it in to siege your own people. Funny to think about. Shoot yourself in the foot. They have done this many times. It's such a coincidence every time. Also really unlucky. It seems that you feel, right, maybe metal life. It may really be among them. Nansheng Dharma King said with a smile. I didn't expect that this time will be so smooth. Let's hurry up and go. Jian Wushuang and the others could only nod their heads awkwardly. If the Shenmu King and the great monk knew that they were taking a group of 8 tribulations realm to surround them, I don't know what they would think. Although Wu Li didn't know what happened, he felt a little strange, so he secretly said, Brother Wushuang, is this the discovery of metal life? Jian Wushuang didn't want to speak anymore. He followed behind Nansheng Dharma King with a black face, without saying a word. A group of them, relying solely on flying, will take 100 years. 100 years is very fast for them. There are no stops on the way, although there will also be the unique divine beasts of the universe sea, but there is no threat to them. The greatest danger in the cosmic sea is at the bottom of the sea. Those powerful and ancient wild beasts are generally lurking on the bottom of the sea and will not rush out of the water on their own initiative. Therefore, the wild beasts they encountered were very weak, and they could easily solve them. On the way, Dan Bao's expression was a little embarrassed. At first, he deceived the Southern Saint Dharma King, saying that he had discovered the breath of metal life, but now he seems to have really discovered it. An unusual breath of life, corrupting vegetation life. Corroded vegetation instantly withered. Scenes and scenes were staged in Dan Bao's mind. The benefactor, the metal life, is likely to be in the secret realm of the cave. The closer he got, the clearer Dan Bao felt. At this time, I had to tell Jian Wushuang. There is a 90% chance. Jian Wushuang, who was originally embarrassed, became even more embarrassed when he heard Dan Bao's words. If the metal life is really in the secret realm of the cave, the gods will definitely come. At that time, how to explain it? And how could the big monk and the Shenmu King be associated with the metal life? Without Dan Bao's guidance, they couldn't have discovered metal life, right? Everything is weird. If it is a coincidence, it is too coincidental. Now, there is no other way but to wait until then. Now, he not only wants to quickly solve the metal life, but also wants to quickly reconcile with the great monk and Shenmu Wang and others. But when these two things come together, it becomes a bad thing. And it's still highly overlapped, so it's almost like wearing a pair of pants. Dan Bao, tell us the truth. Will the gods in the immortal temple believe what we say? Jian Wushuang was already thinking about breaking the jar. It's better to talk about it. Everyone has an explanation. After waiting, the metal life is really in the secret realm of the cave. The great monk and Shenmu Wang and others are also in the secret realm of the cave. That is, the yellow mud is stuffed in the crotch. It is not clear. Benevolent, maybe you don't have to do this. Dan Bao shook his head at him, and then said, I can feel the vitality of Brew and the others without any change, although the breath of metal life is also there, but there is no connection between the two, and there is no need for us to put the two things together. Jian Wushuang rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed. At this moment, he felt that Dan Bao had grown up and was really not the child he used to be. Do the two things separately. Perhaps the most robust. If metal beings are in the dark, they enter from the dark. If it is in the Ming dynasty, then let the great monk and the Shenmu King not act rashly. When the gods come and fight against the metal life, they will quietly reconcile with the monk and others, and then take the opportunity to escape. Or just wait and see. If the Temple of Immortality can't be solved, they will help. It is the best to be able to solve it, and everyone is happy to solve it. The source of life in the immortal temple regenerates the power of life, and they can also go to the ladder of gods. Just do it. The two of them looked at each other. Nothing was said. 100 years have passed in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, Dharma King Nanxing brought Jian Wushuang and others to the secret realm where Chaoga was located. A moment before they arrived, a huge bubble puffed up in the depths of the cosmic sea, and then shattered. After being shattered, time and space are still attached. The endless seawater suddenly converged on this opened portal of time and space. The sea water was just poured in, but it was forcibly squeezed back by a force outside the entrance. Whoa! Countless bubbles surged again. Before the bubbles were broken, one after another figure had entered the bottom of the cosmic sea along the entrance. The person in the lead almost suffocated as soon as he entered, but fortunately, an energy shield covered his entire body in time. Call, Lord Babidi, this place should be the core of Wanli Universe. Need you remind me? Baby D said coldly, if you hadn't taken the wrong way, this seat would have arrived long ago. This group of people is exactly Babidi and others. When I left the city of the sky, in the endless wild world, I couldn't leave after going around. In the end, Qi Jiuxiao broke out, constantly attacking time and space, opening this time and space tunnel and entering the sea of cosmos. Jian Wushuang, this time I see where you are fleeing. Chapter 5945. The baby emperor, who had just shuttled in, felt the breath of Jian Wushuang, Shenmu Wang and others, and the corner of his mouth outlined an arc, and sneered. Qi Jiuxiao behind him is playing with those wild beasts in the depths of the sea. Ordinary desolate beasts, at the level of the 8 tribulations, have a divine power of 5 million, which is like a plaything in Qi Jiuxiao's hands. After a few grasps, at will, they crushed the divine body of the desolate beast. Stop playing. It's time to get down to business. Babidi raised his hand and took out the spaceship floating on the bottom of the sea. Although Qi Jiuxiao didn't have enough fun, he didn't dare to disobey the orders of Emperor Babylon and honestly walked onto the spaceship. The rest of the powerhouses followed suit. It's just that there are fewer people. Now there are only a few people left, and in the endless wilderness, they have encountered several terrifying wild beasts. Each of them has tens of thousands of divine powers. A few will inevitably die. The cosmic boat started instantly, rushed out of the water surface of the cosmic sea, stayed for a while, and after finding the direction, it began to move forward at full speed. The cosmic pressure of the universe seems to be unable to interfere with this spaceship. Even without consuming divine power, he was able to hurry quickly. Ordinary flying treasures require powerful people to inject divine power to control them, but this spaceship does not need it. This is the difference between the treasures of different time and space. The spaceship flew all the way in the direction of Jian Wushuang and the others. There is only one goal, and that is Danbao, Dongtian's secret outside. Jian Wushuang and the others were forming a group. We are discussing how to enter. Chaoga and the others have been here for tens of thousands of years, and they have been unable to break through this cave. Now that I hear that metal life is likely to be hidden in the cave, I dare not forcibly open it. They were in a hurry outside. The inside was fried. King Shenmu and others, who were about to rush out, found that Jian Wushuang was also approaching. I held back and didn't do it. Now I see Jian Wushuang mixed with the aboriginal powerhouses outside. Aren't you surprised? Fortunately, Danbao recounted what happened along the way through the Blue Voice transmission, and then stabilized them. The most important thing at the moment is to cooperate with the outside world to find metal life. It is precisely because of the matter of metal life that they panic. I didn't expect that this metal life is in this cave. The king of Shenmu scolded. How come we have encountered everything? He was also very depressed. After finally finding Jian Wushuang and others, he couldn't get out. The big monk became calmer. He thought for a while, and then said, "Everyone, we don't have to panic." Didn't Jian Wushuang say that? Metal life is in the dark, so we will solve it in the dark. Let's work together. First, let those indigenous powerhouses take the lead just in time to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. It's easy for you to say it. The Lord of Hungmu sneered. Did you think that those people are too simple? Those are the 6 lords of the universe of the 8 tribulations realm, not a bunch of idiots. As soon as his words came out, there was a roar from the outside world. Everyone looked at the entrance of the cave world at the same time. One after another black breath is collapsing. They really dare to do it. Everyone was taken aback. The front foot was still saying that it was not that stupid, and the back hand hit the Lord of Hungmu in the face. Jian Wushuang, who was in the outside world, was also dumbfounded. He just said a word, and he could feel the approximate location of the metal life, and these 8 tribulation realm universe masters couldn't help but move. The Dharma King, Nanxing, wanted to stop it, but he couldn't stop it, so he could only comfort him. Since you can all pursue the target, it's simple. Even if he escapes, he can be found again. It is better to blast away this secret realm first. Besides, when the time comes, let the Lord of Gods come in person. That's the only way to do it. Jian Wushuang gave a wry smile. He was quiet here, but what could he be able to stop? The Lord of the 6 Great 8 Tribulations realm universe, headed by Chaoga, besieged the secret realm of Dongtian. Prepare to forcibly open this cave. The great monk and the king of Shenmu in the cave asked Blue to send a sound transmission to Danbao to ask what happened. Attacks of this intensity are likely to break through the secret realm of Dongtian. What to do then? At the beginning of Chaoga and the others, they were studying the secret realm of the cave. After all, it's for the treasure. Don't be in a hurry. If you forcefully open the cave, the treasure may be damaged, so you don't dare to shoot. Now that I know that the metal life is hidden inside, I give up the treasure in the cave and focus on finding out the metal life. Don't worry. Everyone, this cave can still resist. After Bruce asked about Danbao, the answer he got was steady, so he could only comfort everyone first. But halfway through the words, the cave began to burst. May break at any time. What should I do when I go out? Don't lift a rock and hit yourself in the foot. No metal life was found, but they attracted the masters of the universe to attack them. That is, at this time, a powerful breath began to rise from the bottom of the sea. Jian Wushuang was most familiar with that breath. The monstrous death energy and the majestic figure have long been imprinted in their minds. Boom! A huge spaceship broke out from the bottom of the sea. In an instant, it was in front of everyone. Compared with this cosmic boat, the secret realm of the cave is extraordinarily small. When Chaoga and the others saw the appearance of the cosmic boat, they were stunned and stopped. This made everyone in the cave breathe a sigh of relief. Stopped! King Shenmu's thought power spread towards the outside world. After feeling the familiar aura, his complexion changed greatly, and he reminded, "Don't relax, it's Baby D and the others." But this is also an opportunity for them. Babidi and the others have the power of death on them, and the Temple of Immortality is looking for the reason for the consumption of the power of life. After seeing Qi Jiuxiao, there is bound to be a big battle. Then is their chance. For a time, the people inside the cave held their breath. The monstrous Qi Jiuxiao faced the 6 masters of the universe of the 8 tribulations, as well as several top experts in the 8 tribulations. It was definitely a fight to watch. There are not tens of millions of superpowers with divine power, and they are not enough to participate in this battle. Outside the cave, Jian Wushuang looked gloomy when he saw the universe boat. He didn't expect that Barbita would catch up with them so quickly. Now it's lively, a careless, but to fall. Jia, you escaped so fast. Whoa! The hatch opened, and Babidi walked out first. Qi Jiuxiao and Dylan behind him also walked out of the cabin together. Sol Tiendi and the others also walked out together. After feeling the powerful aura from the outside world, their brows not only wrinkled, but there was also fear in their eyes. But Baby D didn't care, and Qi Jiuxiao ignored those people. The Lord of the universe of the Eight Tribulations realm. Even if his divine power is infinite, but in terms of combat power, he is at the peak level of the Eight Tribulations realm. Chapter 5946. Qi Jiuxiao is a half-step Nine Tribulations realm. After another transformation of the Sky City, the current Qi Jiuxiao's divine power is unfathomable. It has been able to match the Nine Tribulations realm, far from being able to deal with a few lords of the universe. Who are you? Chowga frowned and looked directly at Qi Jiuxiao, but he couldn't see through the depth of the deal at all. He could only feel that there was a force of death surrounding him. This made his heart move, and he directly transmitted the sound to the three gods of the immortal temple. Baby D didn't even glance at Chowga, but said indifferently, "Jian Wushuang, it'll give you another chance to hand over the pill and become my slave, and I can spare your life." "Never." Jian Wushuang also ate black iron at this time, and he was determined. It is better to kill him than to make him a slave. Anyway, he still has a second soul. The big deal is to cultivate from scratch. Treasures are not necessary, but freedom and the future cannot be given up. If you become a slave, you will never be able to turn over. Although they are afraid of Qi Jiuxiao's strength, their manpower is not bad. There are at least 6 masters of the universe. There are also Nanxing Fuwang and others. It is not a problem to make up 10 peak powerhouses of the Eight Tribulations realm. Blocking Qi Jiuxiao is not a problem. That means there is no need to talk. Baby D sneered and waved his hand grimly. Qi Jiuxiao's figure suddenly soared, like a towering mountain in the sea of cosmos. Covered in scarlet, the divine power exploded for a short time, directly breaking through 15 million. This made Chowga and Nanxing Dharma King startled. They also saw that the mysterious powerhouse who suddenly appeared was related to Jian Wushuang and others. Don't wait for them to ask. Dan Bao stood up directly and shouted loudly, "Baby D, you destroyed the source of my life. Do you still want to destroy the entire source of life of Wanlu?" This remark not only stunned Baby D, but even the aboriginal powerhouses present were shocked. The source of life, the book of life. Of the two, the former represents the treasure refined by Dan Bao, and the latter represents the source of Wanlu in the depths of the universe. Baby D was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with Dan Bao's words. The shield of life was broken by Qi Jiuxiao, and it was indeed related to him. But the source of life in Wanlu and the ladder of becoming a god, he is determined to obtain it. No one can stop it. Therefore, I thought that what Dan Bao said was nothing special, and I thought that the other party was unwilling and wanted to vent when he was dying. But in the eyes of Jian Wushuang and others, it is not so simple. These words were not said to Baby D, but to Chowga and others. After hearing such a secret matter, Chowga and Nanxing Dharma King really became uneasy. After turning their heads to look at Dan Bao, they chose to transmit the sound to Jian Wushuang. "It's this time. If you don't say anything, well, let it go." Dharma King Nanxing felt that the Temple of Immortality was tricked by Jian Wushuang and others, and his face was warm and angry, but he still wanted to deceive Jian Wushuang in his heart. After Jian Wushuang heard this, he sneered in his heart, but his expression changed drastically in an instant, pretending to be frightened, and hurriedly said, "Seniors, it's not that I want to hide it, but this matter is too big, and it concerns the entire heaven and the sky. The fate of the world. You have also heard their plan is to destroy the entire Wanlu source, which is the source of this time and space, and then everyone will be finished together." "Humph," You are the Lord of the universe in the six tribulations realm. Just relying on these words, let us go to die? Cheage's expression changed, obviously dissatisfied with Jian Wushuang's statement, and wanted to know more. Although it looks like that, but the bottom of my heart is extremely shocked. It is about the origin of the entire time and space. In fact, they had already suspected it. This may be the inner universe of a super powerful person. It's just that they can't break it. Now that I heard Jian Wushuang's words, I already understood a little. If you don't believe it, you can feel the origin of Danbao and see if he has the source of life you mentioned in his body. Jian Wushuang paused, reminding Danbao to leak his source of life. Then he said, since he is life, and life is a pill, if he dies, the source of life will disappear. If you don't believe it, try it. Chaoga, Dharma King Nansheng, and the other masters of the Eight Tribulations realm universe all looked at Danbao. At this time, Danbao had already taken out the life ball that he had refined, and there were still tiny cracks on the top. That was because of Qi Jiuxio's attack, resulting in cracks. After seeing the ball, Cheage's eyes condensed, and his heart flickered like thunder. This picture was directly transmitted to the three gods in the immortal temple. The three gods in the immortal temple also changed their expressions when they saw the round ball. This after seeing the ball. The three of them were only stunned for a second, and their bodies flashed directly into the core of the immortal temple. There is a huge altar. On the upper part of the altar, there is a groove. That groove is where the power of life was born. It is now dead. There is also a huge fruit stand above the altar. Once the three great gods, in order to enshrine their own idols on it, they made a lot of effort, but they were unable to do it. They didn't care much about it. Instead, he had a hot look at the ball in Danbao's hand. Must get it. But Jiang Wuya flicked his show robe and shouted angrily, no, but no matter what connection he has with the origin and the depths of the universe, he will grab the ball, even if this place collapses. Even if Jian Wushuang said, Wanlu, the world is real. So what? If they really just live in the universe of a strong person, then there is no further hope. Only the big break can stand up. If Wanlu is destroyed, it will be destroyed, but they can take treasures and go out. At that time, what does this have to do with them? In order to become stronger, let alone the home world, even if it is loved by relatives, it can be abandoned. To their level, some things can no longer be satisfied. Only the greater unknown can excite them. Fight. The three of them spoke in unison like one person. The temple of immortality also began to stimulate at this moment, ready to move anytime. In the depths of the cosmos, see, Jian Wushuang and others still do not know the thoughts of the three gods. At this time, Jian Wushuang made Danbao the savior of the Wanlu universe. In fact, he did not make it up, but it was true. But in order not to make Chaoga and others suspect, he still concealed his identity from the outside world. You stand back and leave it to us here. Chaoga has received the voice transmission of the three major gods to keep Danbao. As for Qi Jiuxiao, they have a way to hold off. As long as the three gods come, it is not impossible to fight. The three gods have not shot for hundreds of millions of years, but everyone remembers the terrifying power. End of this chapter. Chapter 5947. Go. Baby Diseyes turned, and he saw Jian Wushuang, and the others were talking through voice transmission. Although he is very sure of Qi Jiuxio's strength, he is also afraid of accidents. After all, he had encountered this kind of accident many times. In Wanlu Divine Realm, he failed to win, and when he arrived at Sky City, he was about to grab Danbao, but they were still running away. This time, he didn't want the plan to fall apart again. In order to control the road to resurrection, he waited too long. At the end of the road to resurrection, there is what he wants. That thing is terrifying even to destroy life. Once you get it, he will be able to return to the stars, disdain one side, and get back what was lost. Boom! Qi Jiuxiao stepped on the endless seawater and rushed forward. The power of the divine power can crush the top powerhouses of the eight tribulations realm. Now, against Qi Jiuxiao, only the peak of the eight tribulations realm can barely compete. Moreover, a group of people still need to reach the peak of the eight tribulations realm. The 6 cosmos masters of the immortal temple took the lead. The battle armor on Cheaja's body radiated endless rays of light, illuminating this side of the sea, and the divine power exploded to 12 million. At the same time, the Cosmos Dojo came, slammed into the sea of cosmos. After the divine power was blessed, there were already 14 million. He is the strongest among the eight tribulations realm universe lords present. Shangluogun. Chao Gu waved his hand, and a pitch-black spear that was extremely sharp appeared in his hand, surrounded by thousands of thunderbolts, gathering the endless source of the universe. The spear swung round and swept the endless sea, until Qi Jiuxiao after feeling the endless power contained above the spear. Qi Jiuxiao not only did not panic, but was a little excited. He even put his hands away and stood in front of Chao, letting the other party manipulate him. Not only did not say a word, but the divine power did not weaken, but instead rushed to 16 million. Chao Guess' arms were a little numb from the shock, and he tried everything he could, but he couldn't even hurt the other party. Go together. He is also a little overwhelmed now, and he greeted everyone to come together, and privately also sent a voice transmission to the 3 gods. Originally thought that the 3 gods would use the immortal temple to move in, but at this time, the 3 gods heard that Qi Jiuxiao's strength was extremely powerful. For the sake of safety, they had to keep enough life force, so they did not directly use the immortal temple to move here. Instead, it was moved to the teleportation array. Relying on the teleportation of the teleportation array can save a lot of life force, but because of this savings, on the battlefield here, several eight tribulation realm powerhouses fell in an instant. Those scattered tribulations brought by the Southern Saint Dharma King directly became cannon fodder. The top combat power of the eight tribulations realm was shattered by the breath shock before it even touched Qi Jiuxiao. They did not have the power of life to restore the divine body, and they fell directly on the spot. Dharma King Nanxing was heartbroken when he saw it. He took the initiative to stay to protect Jian Wushuang and others, and did not dare to go forward. At this moment, they only saw the horror of Qi Jiuxiao. What? Qi Jiuxiao stretched out his hands and shouted angrily, "Start the real hands-on." Regardless of his stature, he is extremely sensitive. Travel through time. Ignore those cosmic dojos. He can even break the time and space of the universe, see. The dojos of those lords of the eight tribulations of the universe can be torn apart easily. Although they can rely on the source universe to maintain themselves, the source universe has been torn apart, and the loss to them is also great. The background is general, and it is almost unbearable. Chao, if Lord God does not come, we will be finished. Some people have already leaked expressions of despair, because Qi Jiuxiao's divine power is still skyrocketing. Hiss! The tearing of time and space made a universe suddenly shattered. A master of the universe of the eight tribulations passively became a robbery and lost his origin universe. Jian Wushuang and others watching this scene were all speechless. Chao didn't have time to look, but felt a chill on his back, and when he turned his head, he saw Qi Jiuxiao's terrifying face. Scared him back quickly. Babidi reminded next to him, "Don't play anymore. Kill them quickly." Although Qi Jiuxiao was destroying all the way, Baby Emperor still felt a little uneasy. Always feel that something is peeping. but can't find where. And the owner of those eyes is somewhat familiar. It was something he had encountered in the stars. Shouldn't be here. So he was a little worried. That breath is indeed surrounding. Only Babidi felt his heart palpitations, not because of the breath, but from a premonition. Whether it is Jian Wushuang or Dan Bao, they have never discovered that some subtle changes have taken place in the secret realm of the cave at this time. Withered grass and dilapidated trees, countless filaments, are spreading on the surface at this time. These filaments are silver throughout. The naked eye cannot catch it, but they are extremely fast. Soon all the dead wood was covered. Kindness. King Shinmu was the first to notice that something was wrong. Originally, he was still watching the fighting outside with his mind power, seeing Qi Jiuxiao so tyrannical he was a little nervous. According to his and Jian Wushuang's plan, is about to take the initiative to rush out at this time. But Qi Jiuxiao's power made them dare not move. I was afraid that when I went out, I would be wiped out. Wanna wait. But while waiting, he found that the dead tree in front of him had changed. Originally, there was no aura above, but at this time, there was a special breath of life. Those silver lines are also becoming more visible. Shinmu King just lowered his head to look, and there was a wailing behind him. Ah! This surprised everyone, and hurriedly looked back. King Shinmu, who originally planned to observe the deadwood, also turned to look. I saw a 7 Tribulation realm powerhouse. At this time, his body was covered with silver lines, and those lines were filled with the eyes of the 7 Tribulation realm powerhouse. Make him cry happily. This person is old friends with Lianxing, and Lianxing naturally doesn't look at it. He hurried forward to help, but was stopped by the Lord of Hengmu. Let Zui Yehue go. The Lord of Hengmu's face was grim. Lianxing was stunned for a moment, then stopped. Zui Yehue is a war beast similar to a puppet, but his divine body has been transformed. If it is really dangerous, it will not be counterattacked. Whoops! After Zui Yehue received the order, he took a step and came directly to the 7 Tribulations realm powerhouse. He reached out to touch the 7th Tribulation realm powerhouse, but before he touched it, those silver lines followed the left hand. Night Tash's claws spread over. Not good. The Lord of Hengmu's complexion changed greatly, and he raised his hand to attack. This shocked everyone. I feel that the Lord of Hengmu has made a big fuss. If he attacks at this time, he may hurt his own people. But before they could open their mouths to dissuade them, they saw which of the 7 Tribulations realm powerhouses who were initially spread by silver threads turned into silver. End of this chapter. Chapter 5948. Life physique was instantly changed. The whole person turned into a silver puppet and even punched through Zui Yehue's chest. You must know that Zui Yehue is the top war beast in the 8 Tribulations realm. One punch can break Zui Yehue's divine body. This is too scary. It is very difficult for the peak powerhouses of the 8 Tribulations to do so. The Lord of Hengmu shot at this time, and it was a little late, and he quickly reminded loudly, "Everyone is stunned, quickly kill him. Otherwise everyone will be finished. Don't get close to those dead trees." At this time, the king of Shinmu thought of the silver lines on the dead trees he had just seen, and he was the first to rise into the air. The big monk was originally sitting on a wooden pier, but after hearing the reminder, he stood up directly, turned his head, and raised his hand and smashed the wooden pier he was sitting on into powder. In the powder, there are countless silver threads rushing towards the big monk. For a while, everyone was in chaos. After the first one was controlled, several more powerful men in the 7 Tribulations realm were controlled by the silver lines and began to attack the present day indiscriminately. The secret realm of Dongtian was completely chaotic. But below the secret realm, they didn't know that there was a silver pyramid hidden there. The pyramid is constantly selected, and the silver lines run out of the pyramid. This time, without the need for an attack from the outside world, the secret realm of the cave began to shatter. Shenmu Wang and others also fled here. Involuntarily, facing the fear of the unknown, they would rather face Qi Jiuxiao. Outside the cave, Jian Wushuang and the others, who were originally stunned by Qi Jiuxiao's divine power, discovered at this time that the cave was silently shattered, and there are countless silver lines that are spreading out from the secret realm. What's this? Wu Li looked at those lines and did not understand. Dan Bao saw something strange at a glance, and a fear that had never appeared in his eyes, turned his head and said loudly to Jian Wushuang, "Come on!" Before Jian Wushuang could react, he shouted in several voices, "Little master, run! Jian Wushuang, take Dan Bao with you!" Quick with countless shouts, Jian Wushuang couldn't help thinking, and he pulled Dan Bao to cast the three-shock universe so that he forgot Wu Li next to him. There is also the Southern Saint Dharma King. He didn't even know what happened. In an instant, the cave shattered, and then rushed out of a group of unfamiliar strong men, and then found that Jian Wushuang had run away behind him. Only Wu Li was left in a daze. But he blinked, and Wu Li also disappeared from his eyes. Looking up, he was wrapped by an old monk with a bald head and had fled to the distance. Those silver lines are rushing towards the nearest robbery powerhouse. Although the Dharma King, Nansheng, didn't know what these lines were, he didn't dare to care so much. He quickly stepped back. Chaoga and the others were still fighting against Qi Jiuxiao, seeing Jian Wushuang running away with Dan Bao, and then turning to look at the secret realm of Dongtian, feeling a little overwhelmed. These people are still kept in the dark. But Barbita knew those silver lines. In other words, he knew the silver pyramid in Shattered Cave. Damn it! Baby D held his small claws, looked up and stared at the silver pyramid, and said angrily, "Qi Jiuxiao, come back!" Jian Wushuang had already run away with Dan Bao. He didn't want to face the silver pyramid. While it's solid, it's also tricky. What he wanted was Dan Bao, not someone else. After Qi Jiuxiao heard Baby D's words, he just wanted to get out, saying that getting out was actually as simple as turning his head and coming back. Chaoga and the masters of the universe were completely beaten passively. It's good to be able to withstand it. It all happened so fast, just a few breaths. Any slower, and they might perish. Boom. The sound of Dongshen's shattering came. The speed of sound is very different from the speed of light. They just saw the broken sky and took a breath before they heard the deafening crackling sound. Qi Jiuxiao didn't take a step and felt a piercing pain behind him. This feeling was because of Jian Wushuang's samsara sword last time. Qi Jiuxiao was completely furious. Turning his head and attacking desperately, countless colorful beams of light erupted from his hands, slamming into the cavernous secret realm behind him. In the arrogance, dozens of silver puppets can be seen standing in the broken cave, and there is a silver pyramid, and there is this triangular crystal above the pyramid, which was just an attack from the crystal, which stabbed Qi Jiuxiao. In the face of Qi Jiuxiao's crazy attack, the pyramid kept humming. There are also several halos flickering around. Seeing Qi Jiuxiao going mad, Baby D shouted angrily, "Don't attack it!" But now it's too late to remind. The attacks just now were all absorbed by the pyramid. At this time, a lacquer black hole appeared under the pyramid. After a humming sound, countless metal reptiles poured out from the hole. Each of those metal reptiles has tens of millions of divine powers. There are tens of thousands of metal reptiles. If this were to go out, it would be enough to destroy the entire ancient moon space-time. Even the entire northern time and space may be destroyed. Chaoga and the others just took a sigh of relief and wanted to transmit the sound to the three gods. Mainly, they didn't know what happened. The secret realm of Dongtian suddenly shattered, and then a group of unfamiliar powerhouses rushed out. It seemed that Jian Wushuang and the others knew each other, and they ran away. The point is, they can't stop it. After seeing those metal reptiles now, they are completely desperate. Lord God, come quickly. Cheage's throat was almost torn. Metal reptiles all over the sky. Cover the sky. The divine power on the reptiles overwhelmed the universe sea. Babidi frowned, and after calling Qi Zhouxiao back, he took everyone directly into the spaceship. Emperor Huntian and others still didn't know what happened, but they didn't dare to ask after seeing Babidi's face. After seeing the fear of ugliness in the sky through the spaceship, Baby's complexion softened and said coldly, "There is no need to be afraid. As long as you don't attack the Silver Pyramid, then there is no threat. These metal reptiles, the divine power, is only temporary. I am afraid that if you attack a few times the divine power will dry up." Could it be that the divine power of these metal reptiles comes from Lord Qi Jiuxiao's attack? Everyone is not a fool, and they reacted at this time. Baby D nodded and said, "You guessed it right, it was the attack from Qi Zhouxiao." "That's right." Soul Heaven Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air, and then said, "There is actually such a heaven-defying method in the world. Absorb Qi Jiuxiao's attack, and then transform it into his own divine power to create those metal reptiles. And there are tens of thousands of metal reptiles. Qi Jiuxiao's attack just now was only an instant. End of this chapter. Chapter 5949. Although it is enough to explode 1,000,000 attacks in an instant, it is impossible to absorb it and transform it 100%. This is almost the same as swallowing, but only 20% is swallowed and transformed. It's not a life in your time and space, so you can't use common sense to speculate. There are some things you don't know. This Silver Pyramid should come from another time and space. I have encountered similar life in the starry sky. It seems to be from the southern time and space. Babidi recalled a little and answered, "There is not much concern about this. Although attacking the pyramid will only make the opponent stronger, there is also a way to crack it. One is to break all laws with force. As long as the divine power is strong enough, it can naturally destroy everything. I am afraid that this will come from the experts of the 9 Tribulations realm. The current Qi Zhouxiao is not enough to break, but there are other ways. Seal, repression, or go inside the pyramid and destroy the metal life that controls the pyramid. This is the way. As for those metal reptiles, although each has tens of millions of divine powers, they are extremely fragile because there is no divine body, only divine power. Although the attack power is high, it does not have any defense. Not to mention Qi Zhouxiao. Even those cosmos masters in the outside world can also shock and kill a large area. But if there are tens of thousands of them, it is not worth it if you exchange your life for your life. Even one for 100. At this time, Chauga and others also discovered that although the attack of metal reptiles was high, there was no defense. Shang Luo's spear swung round and swept it into a large area, but being besieged by those metal reptiles was also in danger of falling, but barely manageable. At this time, ripples suddenly appeared in the surrounding time and space, and a towering hall was looming. The immortal temple is coming soon. Let's go. After Baby D saw the shadow of the temple, he manipulated the spaceship to chase in the direction where Jian Wushuang and others fled. The speed of the cosmic boat is not slow, but it rushed out of the battlefield in the blink of an eye, and incidentally, the sea below was shaken by huge waves. Immortal Temple descends. The 3 major gods made synesthesia shots, but they didn't see the mysterious powerhouse Chauga, and others mentioned Jian Wushuang and others can only be forced to shoot the other party's metal reptiles. The key is that they don't know yet, so they can't attack the pyramid. deep in the cosmic sea. An oval light spot kept shrinking. Every blink changes position. The distance in the middle is extremely far. If the 8 Tribulation Realm powerhouse simply flew, it would take an hour. The Lord of the Universe also needs a quarter of an hour, and the light spot just need a breath. This is the 3-Quake Shuttle universe. It is Jian Wushuang's latest improved peak secret technique. These 3 eras, not only has it transformed the secret method of cosmic shuttle, even his super eternal transformation has improved a lot. However, it is still far from the super eternity change of full power. The current increase is only 70 times. The complete super eternity change will reach 100 times. That is the strongest transformation. Danbao, you said that the pyramid just now is a metal life. Jian Wushuang traveled through time and space in the universe while turning his head to ask what just happened. Danbao, who was extremely sensitive to this, followed the inheritance information in the life source treasure and knew the origin of the pyramid and its internal function. Tell Jian Wushuang about this. After hearing this, Jian Wushuang, like Sol Tiendi and the others, had a dull gaze. Such a devious method. In his view, it is impossible, but in the distant southern time and space, it is sparse and common. Benefactor, don't worry too much. I can see that the metal source inside the pyramid is very fragile. If you can enter the inside of the pyramid, it is easy to defeat the opponent. As for those metal reptiles, there is no divine body, only some weak metal life. The power of Qi Jiuxiao, and the divine power that absorbs Qi Jiuxiao. Even if they don't attack them, they won't be able to strike a few times. Danbao explained in a hurry. Jian Wushuang nodded, took a breath, and asked, "Then you were so anxious to let me escape just now? There should be other things." Danbao has changed a lot just now, and more terrifying things will naturally happen. Right now, without waiting for Danbao to explain, they felt a violent force from behind swept in. The distance is so far that it can affect the 2 of them. The monk and others who fell further behind were almost caught in the storm. The spaceship controlled by Babidi almost came to a standstill and could only barely stabilize. This turmoil has spread to the depths of the entire cosmic sea. At the outer edges of the universe, the ocean waters are starting to recede. This is the divine power consumed by the cosmic sea. Danbao lowered his head and glanced at the ocean of divine power that began to descend below, and said solemnly, "This is the core of the Wanlu universe. Metal life is not tolerated. Once the ocean of universe is discovered, it will automatically protect the source and use the divine power of seawater to eliminate threats. There is such a good thing. Doesn't it mean that we don't need to take care of that metal life?" Jian Wudwa was overjoyed. It was a guess. He thought Danbao was worried about the self-purging vortex that they were sucked into the cosmic sea. After Danbao heard it, he smiled wryly and shook his head. It's not that simple. That silver pyramid can absorb divine power attacks, and naturally it can absorb the divine power ocean. As soon as these words came out, Jian Wushuang suddenly understood. His body trembled, and he said to himself, No wonder that pyramid is hidden in the secret realm of the cave, instead of floating in the sea of the universe. The last time I found that the other party was outside a secret. This time I entered the secret realm of the cave, absorb the life and divine power in the secret realm, and cover up that you are not clear from the rules above the cosmic sea. But there is one more thing. He doesn't understand a little, but he has guesses. Danbao, if you step on the ladder of becoming a god, will it interfere with the rules of the universe? See? Danbao knew what he meant, nodded and said, Yes, once I set foot on the stairs, I am afraid that the rules of the cosmic sea will be broken. At that time, the silver pyramid can devour the ocean of divine power and scrupulously. I am afraid that I have not become a yet. The opponent will be able to give birth to endless metal reptiles, destroy everything, and the stairs will also be broken, and that is what Lord Realm is worried about, so he will let us kill that metal life first. This time, Jian Wushuang completely understood. No wonder the king is so worried. Not just the Sea of Magic. The same goes for other secret realms that float from the depths of the source. It is also part of the original source of Wanlu. If it is taken by the powerhouse of the immortal temple or the powerhouse of God, it will be taken. All their own. It is also part of the original source of Wanlu. The three gods still foolishly thought that if they took the treasure, they would be fine regardless of the life and death of their hometown. Once the Wanlu Shenmu collapses, all the life it nurtured will also perish. God's demise means everything. End of this chapter. Chapter 5950. The Silver Pyramid is most likely from the gods, after swallowing part of the source of the gods, so that the entire gods' powerhouses have completely disappeared. After Jian Wushuang got rid of the drag of the vortex behind, he stopped. Metal life must be faced in person. There is no way to escape. The rules of the cosmic sea are not enough to know the pyramid. At most, those metal reptiles will be clear. When he first felt those reptiles, Jian Wushuang felt that the sky was falling, thinking that the entire northern time and space would be finished. After knowing everything, I suddenly felt that it was not so difficult. Compared to Qi Jiuxiao, at least they can escape. Wait for the big monk and others. When everyone is together, we will discuss countermeasures together. Now the clouds are moving everywhere. The biggest threat is actually Qi Jiuxiao. Then there is the metal life. Finally, there is the Temple of Immortality. For now, what's good for them is the Temple of Immortality. Can cooperate with each other. In this way, it is 2-1-1. The Immortal Temple and their side deal with Metal Life or Babidi and others. There is no way that Baby Dai can cooperate with Metal Life. Metal Life and Baby Dai are both mavericks. If it weren't for the fact that he had offended Baby D too severely, he would have had a chance to pull on Baby D to deal with the Metal Life together. Unite the crowd. Jian Wushuang is the best. Not long after standing still, the vortex began to stop. The two of them didn't wait stupidly, but turned around to find the big monk and others. After just a few breaths, I saw the crowd gathered. A lot has fallen this time. It can also be said that it was controlled a lot by the Silver Pyramid. There are only a dozen people left. Each is still wounded. Just after the meeting, Dan Bao was going to go to them to restore life. Jian Wushuang took the initiative to stop this time and personally helped everyone restore their divine power and life. His reliance on the power of life is not so great, and the pill is different. Without the power of life, he is really a waste. Over the years, he has recovered a lot, but he still has not been able to restore the source of life. Ugh. The Lord of Hengmu squatted aside and sighed. Although everyone's atmosphere has stabilized, they are still a little hopeless in the face of the current situation. It was Jian Wushuang who personally told the origin of the Silver Pyramid and the background, so that everyone eased the atmosphere. It's not that their ability to withstand pressure is not good. In the scene, just now, even if the contemporary pope of the ancient moon god sect came, he would be too frightened to move. Suddenly, a metal monster with tens of thousands of divine powers appeared. Who cannot be afraid? Brother Wushuang, you suddenly come back. Do you have any countermeasures? As soon as the Shenmu King opened, many people looked over. They all looked at Jian Wushuang. How? Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. He really didn't have time to think of a way. So many people looked at him, and when he was nervous, he couldn't think of any more, so he turned to look at Dan Bao. Seeing Dan Bao's sluggish appearance, he regretted it. When he was about to make up a lie to stabilize his heart, something suddenly came to his mind. A great hall, immortal hall, the absolute treasure of the heavenly world. Immortal temple. Jian Wushuang called out directly, then looked at Danbao and said, Danbao, didn't you say that there is something in that immortal temple that resonates with the source of your life? Yes. Danbao didn't know what he meant, but nodded dumbly. Resonance. He also felt the resonance from the immortal temple that is similar to the resonance of the Tian chessboard. Maybe the immortal temple is much stronger than the sky-watching chessboard, but he felt the resonance, which means that the immortal temple is a treasure of time and space. Danbao also felt the resonance from above, and it was also related to the power of life. Time and space treasure. The treasure of life. Danbao can feel the resonance, which is most likely because of the treasure of life that was refined. They can all feel it. Jian Wushuang didn't believe that the three divine spirits could not be received. If it wasn't for this resonance, how could they have been placed under house arrest? In addition, Danbao took the initiative to take out the treasure. I am afraid that the immortal temple is now looking for them like crazy. This time, Jian Wushuang really guessed it right. After the immortal temple came, and after finding no trace of Jian Wushuang and others, they first rescued Chaoga and others. Before they fought against the metal reptiles, the rules of the cosmos sea fell, causing a storm. Everyone hid in the immortal temple. The Silver Pyramid also brought those robbery powerhouses who were transformed into metal puppets into the pyramid. These metal puppets are not metal reptiles transformed by divine power, but have real divine bodies and a steady stream of divine power. After the seven tribulations, realm is controlled and transformed. It has the peak combat power of the eight tribulations realm. Each divine power has reached the level of 15 million, which is similar to the peak state of the Great Monk and the Shenmu King. However, the metal life inside the Silver Pyramid can only control 10 metal puppets. The rest were killed. This is good news for Jian Wushuang and the others. After integrating their combat power, they still have hope. Of course, it has to rely on the Temple of Immortality. The immortal temple at this time, deep in the center of the vortex. The three gods are in the hall, but they are not panic at all. The divine power storm from the outside cannot interfere with the interior of the temple at all. It can be called the Temple of Immortality, and it is a treasure of time and space. Can't stop this attack. Give me 3 breaths, and I will be able to lock in Jian Wushuang's breath. He is with Danbao, and we can move over there. Jiang Wuya manipulated the Temple of Immortality, frowning tightly, looking for the specific location of Jian Wushuang in the chaotic storm of divine power. Moving the temple once consumes a lot of money. This time, I moved to this place not for metal life, but for Danbao. It's a pity that they, like Babidi, were all in vain. Anyway, they can still move and lock Jian Wushuang and others. Baby D, they are really miserable. Qi Jiuxiao, who clearly has the strongest combat power, has been repeatedly thrown into the air. This made Baby D extremely annoyed and was getting rid of the storm, looking for Jian Wushuang and others. With Qi Jiuxiao's powerful psychic power, it directly covered half of the cosmos sea. This time Jian Wushuang and the others really couldn't escape. Besieged by 2 strong men, Jian Wushuang did not panic at all. He knew that the immortal temple could be moved. At this moment, he was actively exposing his breath to lure the immortal temple to move. And this time, he doesn't pray for cooperation. It's not that he has confidence in himself, but he has confidence in Danbao. Danbao, it's up to you this time. Jian Wushuang glanced at Danbao. This time he really had nothing to do. He couldn't always gamble. He would die if he didn't gamble. Danbao is a candidate for the God of Life, and there are some things that Danbao needs to do by himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 59. 51. It's not okay to depend on others. Jian Wushuang also once relied on his teacher, but after the teacher's departure, he learned to be stronger. After spending so long in the one-third of Deciyu's land, he got through it, especially before entering Deciyu. Seeing Ding Baiyi's shot of a peerless sword immortal, he has infinite yearning. Some people are just passing by, but he left an infinite yearning for himself, and that kind of upward perseverance. Want to become stronger? You need your own sacrifice. Dan Bao is actually very lucky. From an unknown little guy to the sky in one step. Become a god. Isn't this a jump? In Jian Wushuang's view, this is the biggest jump, also the biggest chance. Walking from the small worlds, he gradually spied the truth of the universe. Universe, space-time, starry sky. Everything is clear. Where is the road? If you want to be strong, you have to go. Just like entering Wanlu Shinmu this time. He had a reason not to come in. Could it be because of what Weiss said, or because of freedom and extreme intention? Neither. It was he who wanted to take the risk. This is the most important. Jian Wushuang glanced at everyone and whispered, "Everyone, raise your breath to the highest. Hum." I don't know why, but everyone did it. The two peak powerhouses of the Eight Tribulations realm, the King of Shinmu and the Great Monk, broke out without leaving behind. Divine power directly broke through 15 million. Behind the Shinmu King, a huge vine, Mayan vine, erupted into the sky. The breath of the peak of the Eight Tribulations also erupted. At present, Shinmu King has displayed the most powerful combat power. Mayan Vine, with the peak of the Eight Tribulations, the combat power of the Shinmu King can overwhelm the peak powerhouse of the Eight Tribulations and has reached the limit of the Eight Tribulations. If he goes one step further, he will have half-step 9 Tribulation realm combat power. Among these powerhouses present, he has the strongest background and potential. After all, he is an ancient peak powerhouse of the Eight Tribulations realm, and he once refined the treasure of life. There is also Mayan Vine. As for the big monk, the combat power when he first appeared was indeed very strong, but the subsequent improvement was not great. Far inferior to the Shinmu King. Now it has been stabilized by the Shinmu King. However, the other party didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he seemed very indifferent. Everyone's breath exploded. The sea water below the trigger boiled. Instantly, divine power filled the surrounding space and time, and space ripples rippled around. Why haven't you come yet? Jian Wushuang frowned. Although he didn't know much about the Immortal Temple, Chaoga and others were very confident in the move of the Immortal Temple. It's 2 breaths now, and it should be here. The movement that Jian Wushuang thought should be in an instant. In fact, it was pretty much what he thought. The movement of the Immortal Temple is indeed very fast, but it needs a huge amount of life force to support it. In the current Temple of Immortality, the source of life has been exhausted, and it is more difficult to initiate the fastest movement. The most important thing is to capture the breath when moving. Inside the temple, Jiang Wuya injected all his thoughts into the Temple of Immortality and was desperately trying to capture the divine aura of Jian Wushuang and the others. They knew that Jian Wushuang could hide his breath, so they were a little worried. Fortunately, there are still some people whose breath cannot be hidden. But when he used his mind to search, he found a huge aura that erupted above the cosmic sea, like a sun. I found it. Jiang Wuya's eyes flashed, and his eyes lit up. After hearing about it, the 2 immortal gods next to them immediately mobilized the remaining life force in the Immortal Temple and began to perform a mortal movement according to the position locked by Jiang Wuya. The surrounding space actively collapsed. This is more violent than the center of the storm where the ocean of power wipes out descent. Space collapsed, time and space reversed. The huge Immortal Temple disappeared in an instant without a trace. Only the silver pyramid in the storm remains. As for those metal reptiles, they have long been cleared by the storm. Outside the storm, the spaceship controlled by Baby D also escaped the storm. Just after leaving, I felt the powerful fluctuation of divine power in the distance. It is definitely not the divine power that comes with the universe, see. This point, Babidi can still analyze it according to Qi Jiuxiao. Without hesitation, he manipulated the spaceship to explode at full speed and rushed to the position of Jian Wushuang and others. The Temple of Immortality has already faintly descended. With a huge buzzing sound, Jian Wushuang and the others kept retreating. Coming. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and looked at the immortal temple looming in front of him, which had already descended in an instant. The huge pressure and the ancient humming sound made their hearts palpitate. This kind of power far exceeds his sky-viewing chessboard. It can even be said that compared with this immortal temple, Guantian chessboard is like a baby seeing a martial arts master. Everyone was shocked on the spot. Originally dealing with the powerhouse on the side of the immortal temple, King Shenmu still had some confidence, because when he was in the secret realm of Dongtian, he saw Chaoga and others being tyrannized by Qi Jiuxiao. They are all afraid of Qi Jiuxiao and the Silver Pyramid later. On the contrary, it is the attitude towards the immortal temple is the most common. Now, when facing the immortal temple, there is an unspeakable fear in my heart. It's like facing the true God. Words are not clear. Jian Wushuang. A long and narrow voice came from the inside of the temple, and in a blink of an eye, the three gods came out of the temple with Chaoga and the Dharma King Nanxing. Jiang Wuya took the lead and took one step forward. Directly in front of the crowd, the corner of his mouth moved, and his voice indifferently said, "So many guests are here, don't you explain?" After speaking, his eyes looked like a stream of light looking at Jian Wushuang. "Lord God, these..." Before he could finish speaking, he felt a burning pain erupt from his heart. The gods are burning. The means of the three gods are far from his imagination. It's not like Qi Jiuxiao's pure divine power crushing, but a special method that tortures him. Dan Bao saw Jian Wujuo's happy face and was about to stand up, but was stopped by the great monk. The pain of practitioners is nothing more than the tearing of the divine body. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and shook his head at Dan Bao. "Don't mess up now. You'll have to rely on Dan Bao to make a comeback later. Otherwise, there is no chance." The combat power of the three gods has reached the half-step 9 tribulation realm level. With the immortal temple, you can crush them at will. Dan Bao closed his eyes slightly and held back. In order to make him a god, many people have fallen. For a time, I didn't know if the of my life had fulfilled my responsibilities. Wherever he goes, there will be fighting and death. Is this really the true meaning of life? For a moment, when Dan Bao closed his eyes, the class of life was also changing qualitatively. The green halo on his body exploded instantly. Together with the immortal temple are shaking. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-52. Jiang Wuya looked sideways at Dan Bao and was also shocked, and then nodded towards the back. Still gotta do it. But to be on the safe side, it's best to let Dan Bao hand over the treasure on his own initiative. Torturing a Jian Wushuang is obviously not enough, and it is found that there is another person in the crowd who is of the same family as Dan Bao. Jiang Wuya raised his finger, and a stream of light erupted directly. Where the streamer went, it shattered the void and pointed directly at the face of Bru. Dan Bao couldn't take it any longer, and immediately took a step forward and shouted angrily, "What do you want? Just say it. It has nothing to do with them." According to the original plan, it was to let him cooperate to enter the immortal temple, but obviously the patience of the three gods was overestimated. Now, as soon as he comes up, he will force Dan Bao to take out the treasure of life. Bruce knew about this. So in the face of Liu Guang, he shouted angrily, turned into the shadow of the dragon god, resisted with difficulty, and shouted at Dan Bao at the same time. Don't give up. Remember the words of the great elder. For the Perungia clan, the familiar voice sounded. Dan Bao turned to look at Bru. Behind Bru, he saw the figure of the great elder. Was waving at him. Encourage him. My Pelungia clan was destroyed. The great elder fell. My heart was already dead. And it was life that gave me everything. Dan Bao murmured with his head down. The three gods didn't know why, and thought that Dan Bao was going to be unable to hold it. So they cast a forbidden method on the monk and the king of Shenmu, suppressing everyone in this space and time. Jiang Wuya acted as if nothing had happened and said indifferently, Dan Bao, the treasure in your body belongs to the temple of immortality. I hope you think clearly and don't do useless things. The implication is that I don't want Dan Bao to resist and take out the treasure, just seeing the green light leaking from Dan Bao's body. Their greedy wolf has long been beyond words. Just words beautify everything. Ha ha! Dan Bao sneered, raised his head suddenly, and continued, You don't understand the true meaning of life, so why not give this treasure to you? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned one hand into a claws and pierced directly into his chest. Green blood flowed from his chest. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. The voice was hoarse. If you want, take it, puff. Dan Bao's heart fluttered, and he dug the green ball out of his chest. This is not the phantom of the treasure, but the real treasure of life. The moment he took out this treasure, the green light above the scepter in his hand also dimmed. Behind him, countless people fell into a dead silence. No need. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and shook his head. For him or for them. Treasures are everything. People can die, but treasures must not be given away with both hands. It's no different from death. The king of Shenmu and the lord of Hongmu also looked at Dan Bao in surprise. Maybe this is the gap. Dan Bao didn't take it seriously. He threw the treasure out and threw it at Jiang Wuya. It seems that the treasures of life that countless people are jealous of are regarded as a pile of dirt. The three gods saw the treasure flying, and their eyes instantly became hot. Jiang Wuya even stretched out his hand and took the treasure in his hand. After finding that there was nothing abnormal, his face was even more overjoyed. He didn't expect Dan Bao to be so happy. It would be better if it came earlier. Let us go now. Dan Bao clutched his chest, his voice a little weak. After getting the treasure, the three gods were very excited. They no longer looked at everyone with their eyes and lifted the ban on the surrounding space with a wave. The Temple of Immortality also stabilized. The area around the Immortal Temple was used to suppress everyone just now. Otherwise, it would be a little difficult for the three gods to deal with them and want to take them without doing anything. They are not the same as Baby D. They will never wave. Direct suppression, ask for treasures. All in one go. The depressed Babidi is still chasing after him at this time. Whoa, ban lifting. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But in the bottom of my heart, there is a lot of unwillingness. Even if Dan Bao saved their lives with his own treasure this time, it would be the same. Not at all sympathetic. This is the strong one. If Dan Bao is not a god, they will not be able to embark on the road of resurrection. It's all over. There is no hope for the future. If at first there was no road to resurrection from the beginning, it was just a simple congregation. How wonderful it would be if so, even if they are on the verge of running out of life and heading towards the limit. Better than now. The most painful thing is that the person who gave you hope destroyed your hope with his own hands, especially the Lord of Hongmu and the King of Shenmu, that treasure, but the two of them came together. It is Dan Bao's first investor, still investing heavily. As a result, Now Dan Bao has directly handed over the treasure to others. How could they be willing? Shenmu. Wang raised his finger and pointed at Dan Bao, not knowing how to say it, and finally he could only sigh. The Lord of Hengmu was not so good at talking. He grabbed Dan Bao's collar and asked loudly, "Are you crazy? That's an opportunity to become a god. Why did you send it in?" Seeing Heng Muzi's initiative, Bruce rushed over first. He and Dan Bao are both pulsars. The last wish of the first elder was to let him protect Dan Bao, leave the infinite world and go to the outside world to survive. Therefore, Dan Bao sent the treasure, and he did not have any changes. It doesn't matter if you become or not. There is more hope in living. Seeing that Blue rushed to take a shot at the Lord of Hengmu, Dan Bao shook his head. Jian Wushuang, who was standing on the side, didn't change much, but he looked at the great monk intentionally or unintentionally. The great monk, known as the Taoist protector of pill treasure, really stood there blankly at this moment, silent. It looks like a wild beast about to go crazy, with a huge aura hidden on its body. The rest of the people are still complaining about Dan Bao handing over the treasure. Only Jian Wushuang discovered the abnormality of the monk. But now facing the immortal temple is already a headache. You can't ask questions at this time. Now, the treasure of life is gone. God is hopeless. Everyone was out of breath, standing bewildered, refining the stars the most relaxed. As if he has seen everything, he looked up at the sky above the universe sea and said indifferently, "It's just a dream." Ha! A dream? Is it really a dream? Jian Wushuang asked himself. If it was a dream, then he lost a lot. Originally, he didn't care too much about Wanlius interior, and Weiss just let him enter Wanlu to look for treasures, and did not say that he wanted to help Dan Bao become the of life. As for the treasures promised by the Realm King, he is not very interested. Anyway, this time I made enough money. After becoming the Lord of the Universe, no matter what, after he goes out, he also has the power of life and can protect himself. It is not a problem to fulfill the last wish of the chief elder of the Purunga clan. Wu Li is the same. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-53. He is also the Lord of the universe of the Six Tribulations realm. Before he came, he didn't dare to think that he would become the Lord of the universe of the Six Tribulations realm. The only two masters of the universe, but the easiest. Break up. They are now facing breakup. After feeling the breath of Baby D in the rear, there is no surprise. Come and come. It has nothing to do with them anyway. There are even some people who are thinking of going to Babidi now. Once a person's desire is opened, it is difficult to hide it. Dan Bao is hopeless, but there is hope in Barbidi. The most important thing is that Baby D and Qi Jiuxiao can fight against the immortal temple. Taking refuge in Barbida is also a way out. It's just that they were worried that Baby D would not accept them. Qi Jiuxiao, who has top-notch combat power, really does not need to recruit them in the Seven Tribulations realm. Sad. Looking at the lost color of those people, Jian Wushuang also felt sad for these people. But it has nothing to do with him. Dan Bao, let's get out of here. He walked towards Dan Bao and Blue, and the Lord of Hengmu had let go of Dan Bao and stood alone, looking lonely. Don't know where to go. After Bruce comforted Dan Bao, he looked up at Jian Wushuang and said, "Where are we going?" "Leave here." Jian Wushuang said it right away. He just asked about the treasures that Weiss needed, but Weiss didn't answer. I didn't ask any more questions. Just leave the universe sea and talk about it. If it doesn't work, just go to the real Wu Yang and forget it. It is also a good thing to practice for a period of time in Wanlu universe. By the way, you can also find those treasures that Weiss needs. Dan Bao lowered his head, but did not answer, his brows furrowed. Consciousness is not here. Jian Wushuang's eyes moved, and he saw that it was unusual. He opened his mouth, slightly to want, but he didn't say anything, but a ray of thought power flew to the immortal temple. After the three gods got the treasure of life, they directly entered the altar at the core of the temple. At this point, the treasure of life has been placed in the groove above the altar. The rounded treasure of life fits perfectly into the groove, and there are no extra gaps. At the moment of entering the groove, an infinite power of life burst out from the altar. This power shook the entire immortal temple. The fans of Jian Wushuang's mind were shocked just as he approached the immortal temple. Dan Bao. He seemed to understand a little and looked at Dan Bao in shock. The treasure of life. After the refining of Dan Bao, they have long since merged into one. The on-demand broadcast of the Realm King has been approved. That would be taken away like that. They have always been too cautious, or they have protected Dan Bao too well. You can still manipulate that treasure? Jian Wushuang did not dare to ask directly, but gave Dan Bao a voice transmission. If this is the case, not only will Dan Bao not lose the treasure of life, but he will even be able to obtain an immortal temple for nothing. Boom! A dull, loud noise erupted in the immortal temple. This time, without Dan Bao's answer, Jian Wushuang confirmed his guess. After hearing the movement, everyone looked at the temple. Just like Jian Wushuang, he understood Dan Bao's intentions. Now, even a fool can understand, because above the immortal temple, a green light and shadow appeared. Light and shadow has a human face, which is exactly Dan Bao's face. Holding the zhang of life, there is a green light above. Also wraps the temple. The temple is like being in a bubble. In a wave of hands, it is about the suppression of the temple, or that he manipulated the temple himself. The three gods were completely dumbfounded, originally thought that he had obtained the treasure of life to raise the immortal temple to a higher level. I didn't expect it to be a wedding dress for someone else. For a time, the faces of the three gods were like pig livers. Qiqiao are smoking. Kidding me? How dare you, Creek? The three gods were just about to get angry, but they found that they couldn't even speak, and the sound from their mouths was like a mouse. The Dharma image of Dan Bao is now sitting above the altar. It is said to be an altar, but now it is more like a temple, dedicated to the of life. Here, it doesn't belong to you. Dan Bao's voice was cold and severe, and his eyes were staring at countless bubbles, which directly moved the three major gods, 10 generals, and hundreds of sleeping messengers of the 8 tribulations to the white stone slab of the immortal temple, appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and others. Dan Bao's deity also began to shatter at this moment. The deity turned into in the temple, this huge transformation. In the immortal temple, Dan Bao is the true God, the invincible true God. The three gods were like playthings, being suppressed at will. Jian Wushuang was stunned. This kind of power to follow the law and create rules made him extremely jealous. In their eyes, the three gods who were powerful in the sky were like playthings in Dan Bao's hands. Manipulate their lives. Ignore everything. Call. At this moment, the big monk's eyes were shining brightly, and he was more excited than anyone else. He raised his arms and said loudly, "Go, enter the temple." The first one took the lead into the temple, knelt down on one knee, and said loudly, "Congratulations, little master. Go further and obtain the true God's law." Everyone watching this scene sighed, secretly, and also secretly hated their own response for being too slow. The Lord of Hengmu, who was still complaining about the pill just now, also followed into the temple and bowed. Godly Dharma body, incomparably majestic. Outside the temple, I just feel amazed. But after entering the temple and seeing the Dharma of pill treasure, it was inconceivable. Has infinite power. This is in line with the gods in their hearts. God, as it should be. Jian Wushuang and Bru entered the temple unhurriedly, and they were also greatly shocked when they entered. But he didn't bow down. What a difference in seniority! If he knelt down, wouldn't it be a joke? After entering the temple, Jian Wushuang just stood aside, at will, waiting for Danbao to release the powerhouses of the immortal temple. In his opinion, Danbao is the of life, so it shouldn't be difficult for these people. Most likely still let it go. But then, Danbao's expression changed greatly, and he said angrily, occupying the temple, robbing the treasure of this seat, "You are not worthy of life." As soon as the words fell, the sleeping powerhouses in the 8 tribulations realm didn't have much vitality. Following Danbao's words, they began to die out. The same goes for the 10 great generals. Together with the Lord of the universe, all began to perish. Life is gone. However, Jian Wushuang found something strange. That is, the divine bodies of these cosmos masters were not destroyed, and even the cosmos dojo was completely preserved. Just lost life. No life. The 3 gods stayed at the end, unable to speak, but despair appeared in their eyes. He shook his head frantically, but he couldn't stop it until life dies. In an instant, he killed hundreds of 8 tribulation realms. This shocked everyone, especially the Lord of Hengmu. He couldn't help trembling when he knelt on the ground. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-54. From time to time, he looked at Jian Wushuang and Bru and wanted them to intercede. Worry about being liquidated by Danbao. Thinking of just grabbing Danbao's collar, the Lord of Hengmu wanted to slap himself twice. He couldn't figure it out himself. Why was he so bold just now that he dared to question Danbao? It's too late to regret now. Jian Wushuang ignored the eyes of Lord Hengmu because he didn't think Danbao would make it difficult for the Lord of Hengmu because of this kind of thing. And from the dialogue between the king and Whis, he knew that the role of God is to create rules, not simply kill. Otherwise, there is still something wrong with them. The realm king is here, and any threat can be settled. Still need them to struggle here? After cleaning up the many powerhouses in the immortal temple, Danbao's Dharma phases condensed and gathered above the altar, became a god. The deity is broken and transformed into the appearance of a god. He walked out of it again. It's just that what comes out is the avatar, erratic like a shadow, but no one dared to underestimate the current Danbao. Stronger than ever, the phantom of Danbao holds the scepter of life and points to all beings. The force of life also erupted in the temple of immortality. For a time, everyone felt the powerful vitality from their bodies. Those scattered calamities at this time are only one source away from resurrection. That is, when Danbao truly became a god, they could embark on the real road to resurrection. The burst of life force. Not only does it benefit everyone present, even the fallen temple powerhouses began to recover at this moment. It was originally confiscated by Danbao, but at this moment it was rekindled. After the restoration, the powerhouse of the temple has undergone earth-shaking changes. Just like metal life. Just the colors are different. Those who recovered had green armor on their bodies. There is also a letter size on the chest. God. Their eyes turned green. Vitality flooded the whole body and instantly returned to its peak. The combat power has also reached its peak. Wait, see my lord. After the recovery, the powerhouses of the temple bowed down one after another. Their vitality and consciousness have changed. Danbao stood in front of everyone with a majestic look on his face. Rise. Whoa. The original 3 gods, as well as the top 10 generals, together with 99 8 tribulation realm powerhouses, got up one after another. The words on their chests also changed a bit. Handsome, General, soldier. This type of font makes Jian Wushuang's expression move. Immediately, I thought of the font sizes of the pieces on the Guantian chessboard. Then think of the identity of Danbao now. In his mind, a humming sound suddenly sounded. Watch the chessboard. It's not as simple as he thought. This treasure, related to God. At the same time, he also thought of the identity of teacher Xian Yi. Teacher Xuani, who can give this treasure to him, may also be a god. Immortal temple. The word immortality represents eternity of life. So what does this sky-viewing chessboard represent? No matter what he thinks, this sky-viewing chessboard is not suitable for him. Moreover, the strength of the pieces in the chessboard is incomparable to that of the Temple of Immortality. The origin of the chess pieces of the handsome name in the Guantian chessboard is also in the Eight Tribulations realm. However, the chess pieces of the general size are much weaker. The commanders, generals, and soldiers manipulated by Danbao's immortal temple are all in the realm of Eight Tribulations. After having a complete vitality, those recovered soldiers have the top combat power of the Eight Tribulations realm. The temple messenger of the name will have the peak combat power of the Eight Tribulations. The three gods have the ultimate combat power of the Eight Tribulations. However, there are no gods. In his sky-viewing chessboard, there are chess pieces with the name of God. But the background of the Tian chessboard is not as good as this immortal temple. This made him a little puzzled. It was obvious that something had been spied on, but it was impossible to find it. Teacher Xuani. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and said in his heart, "What are you planning? What is the function of this chessboard?" After he arrived at the Lord of the Universe, he only used the chess pieces on it and has been unable to truly mobilize the inner source. The Temple of Immortality represents life. Relying on this calculation, then the chessboard represents the way of heaven. But what he cultivates is not the way of heaven. Heaven is the only one. In fact, it is one of all things. It's just that all things in him have been transformed into life. There is only one connection with heaven. The Tao of Heaven contains more, such as heaven's secret, Zen mechanism, destiny, and so on. It's all different from his kendo. There are myriad things, and he has always been the only one in the way of swordsmanship. Even if he has mastered the 10,000 ways, it is also an assistant to the swordsmanship. The effect of this sky-viewing chessboard on him is to rob armor as well as comprehend and devour. Now, I have figured out a way to remind myself, which is to create life. Use the internal source pieces to calculate your own way. In the future, he will have to ask Danbao about the operation of the immortal temple, and maybe he will be able to draw a scoop according to the gourd. Learn something. He is now holding the sky-watching chessboard, and using it as a fire stick, it is a waste. Looking at Danbao's amnesty for the world, he also yearns for it. Now, the powerhouses of the temple are all included in the pill and sit down. For a time, there are many talents. On the contrary, these people are like a burden. Jian Wushuang also looked at the great monk intentionally or unintentionally. It was found that the other party did not have that sense of crisis, but he was very happy after Danbao achieved this position. Guardian? It's true, the stronger the little master, the happier they are. But from the other party's eyes, Jian Wushuang saw a little bit of greed. The immortal temple originally belonged to Danbao. It also comes with so many so-called angels. Disciple. The role of guardian is very redundant. Moreover, the Real King did not mention much about the protector at the beginning. He became wary of the big monk and started. God, that was the place where his demons were originally. The great monk is by no means so simple on the surface. Must be on guard. Having suffered too many losses, Jian Wushuang does not want to overturn again. Moreover, the matter of his general bureau has developed to this point, which has always been unequal to his strength, and is very powerless. Not bad in the infinite world, he is the key combat power in several battles. Whether in the Roman River or in the Dragon God continent, he's had explosions. But after entering Wanlu Divine Realm, his role became smaller and smaller. Said to be roaming, he is more like a passerby, a witness a legend. Dan Bao overlooked the crowd and walked slowly with a scepter in hand. Standing on the edge of the temple with his back to the crowd, he said indifferently, "Get up, all of you, and then I have to deal with Metal Life and Baby Emperor. My deity is broken, and the Dharma body can't leave the temple, and I need your help. I am willing to follow the gods." The Lord of Hengmu took the lead in shouting. Afterwards, everyone also got up together, but they stood sparsely, like a group of rabble compared to the neat messengers of life on the left and right sides of Danbao. Said to ask them to help. But there are so many super powerhouses here, and they will be used. That is to say, the Shenmu King and the Great Monk still have some uses. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-55. Incarnated as the Dharma sign of the God of Life, Dan Bao's character is becoming more and more indifferent, and he has a new understanding of life. Very different from the previous character. When they looked at Dan Bao's back, they felt a sense of loneliness. That is a kind of loneliness after grinding, and it is also the loneliness after reaching the top. So much so that when Blue looked at Dan Bao, he felt a strange feeling. Wu Li is also the same, thinking that he used to touch Dan Bao's head often, but now he gets dizzy just seeing Dan Bao's back, not to mention touching each other's forehead. This is transformation. They are used to this kind of thing. After all, what stage did it come from? Just like Jian Wushuang. Now, looking back to see those former partners, such as Zhen Weiyang, the former emperor, in the past, when you saw each other, you would feel oppressed, and you would also respect yourself. Seeing the other party now, Jian Wushuang can call out the other party's name at will. No pressure at all, because the two have reached the same level. Even Jian Wushuang is even more powerful, even if he respectfully called Zhen Wuyang. The other party would feel a little unbearable. Under normal circumstances, Jian Wushuang is the peak combat power of the 7 tribulations realm. The peak state can reach the top of the 8 tribulations realm. A master of the universe of the 5 tribulations realm, he was almost scared to move when he saw him. Not to mention the honorific. Perhaps some people think this is disrespect. In fact, this is the greatest respect. It is also the potential that increases with the strength they are used to it. As for the face of the king, or Weiss, Jian Wushuang did not have heart palpitations. That was because of the fearlessness of ignorance. You can't even catch the breath, so it doesn't matter. Able to have a casual conversation. A powerhouse like Weiss, or a god really leaks coercion, I'm afraid he is also speechless. After all, the Almighty who can change even the supreme rules. This has exceeded Jian Wushuang's imagination. That is the power beyond calamity. According to what the King of Realms said, the appearance of the God of Life will give birth to the real 9 tribulation realm, as well as the super powerhouse who breaks through the tribulation realm. That also shows that the 9 tribulations realm is a bottleneck. It is possible to achieve a position side by side with God. That's why it's so hard to get there. Of the 9 dimensions, only 3 exist forever. These 3 existences are all related to the Realm King. There is a high probability of being stuck in the 9 tribulations realm. In other words, the rules of the northern time and space are not enough to support them. That's why it's so mysterious, and it's almost never done. Also very low-key. The top powerhouses are still the masters of the 8 tribulations realm universe. Once the God of Life appears and breaks this rule, perhaps there will be many ancient existences in the future, northern time and space. What they do now is the future. At this moment, Jian Wushuang also regains some sense of existence. From the week to the present, it has been step by step. Follow the path of your predecessors. Until now, it is really amazing that they have been able to participate in the creation of the cultivation path. Looking at Dan Bao's back, he also felt admiration from the bottom of his heart. Now I have absolute confidence in the face of Baby D or Metal Life. Immortal temple standing above the sea of cosmos. This is their most relaxed time, even easier than hiding under Dan Bao's shield of life. Because of those life messengers, they don't need to worry at all. Qi Jiuxiao is here, and they have the ability to block it. Jian Wushuang took a step forward and followed the appearance of Dan Bao, standing on the edge of the temple, looking at the breath that came from a distance. The huge breath swept the universe sea. It's the spaceship of Babidi. A behemoth, shimmering with shadows, came from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it flashed countless times. The breath had already arrived in front of him, but he had not yet seen the cosmic boat. It was only a moment later that it really came. The speed is so fast that the power of matter has not yet arrived, and the breath has already arrived. The spaceship hummed down. Baby D couldn't wait to take Qi Jiuxiao and jump down. At the moment they arrived, a triangular phantom appeared in the sky in the distance, shattered the space, and also descended. It is Metal Life. It's all here. Jian Wushuang frowned. If they were besieging one side, they would still have that strength, but fighting Metal Life and Qi Jiuxiao alone would be a bit difficult. When Dan Bao saw it, the corners of his mouth rose, and he was a little overjoyed. It's easier than finding them one by one. This time, he wants to eradicate these scum in one fell swoop. Rubbish in life. Humph, the garbage of non-sure space. Baby D also found the breath of Metal Life, turned his head and spat, and was very disdainful of this. The silver pyramid is suspended in the void, with a posture of sitting on a mountain and watching tigers fight. Metal Life is also life, and he is also a super strong from the southern time and space. How could he be a fool? He knew the purpose of these people from the metal puppets he enslaved. He knew that Dan Bao and others were trying to destroy him, but he also understood that Babidi and others were trying to kill Dan Bao. Tripartite gathering is not a closed loop. Metal Life is to transform the entire Wanlu Shenmu to capture the ocean of divine power here and breed countless metal warriors. So he is not in a hurry. The one who is anxious now is Baby D. Dan Bao also has absolute confidence. Only Babidi is the most urgent. Silver Pyramid, Temple of Immortality, Spaceship. 3 flying treasures levitate. Just looking at the level, it is still the Silver Pyramid of the Temple of Immortality and the Metal Life, which is stronger. But the single combat power, the strongest is Qi Jiuxiao. Metal Life cannot leave the pyramid, and the divine power contained in it is only attacked by the pyramid. It is not enough to threaten Qi Jiuxiao, but it is extremely dangerous to face Qi Jiuxiao alone. Neither did his metal golems. At most, it is the peak combat power of the 8 tribulations. It's not enough for Qi Jiuxiao to slaughter alone, but all of this is Qi Jiuxiao himself. Babidi does not have any combat power. At most, it is comparable to the general lord of the 3 tribulations realm universe. Although his methods are somewhat special, his combat power is among the crowd, like air. Once you find an opportunity to deal with Baby D first, it means that there is no threat. Qi Jiuxiao is a top fighter. Intelligence equals 0. Metal Life quickly made a plan and made a surprise attack on Baby D. It is much simpler than confronting Qi Jiuxiao head-on. Babidi didn't know that he was already being watched. He stood in front of him with his waist on his back and taunted at the crowd in the immortal temple. This time, there will be no more accidents. Then he turned his head and glanced behind him and said, "Emperor Soul, it's up to you." Yes, the Soul Heaven Emperor held several small flags, which were directly sprinkled on the surrounding time and space. The small flag fell into the sea of cosmos. Just a moment, the waves of the cosmic sea began to solidify and turned into ice. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-56. Space is also condensed. Time isolated. Jedi Tiantong. Great formation fell. I really can't run away this time. Babidi cut off everyone, including himself. There can be no more surprises. The metal life in the Silver Pyramid was also taken aback when he saw that Baby D was so decisive, so hard. He is from the South Dimension. In the eyes of others, he is Wan Liu's greatest threat. There is terror, but in the Southern time and space, he was kicked out like a lost dog, secretly sneaked into the Wanlu Shinmu just to become stronger, and then wash the shame, return to the Southern time and space. Now I see that Baby D is so determined. Suddenly, there was a touch. It seems that each of them is extremely arrogant and extremely wanton, but they are all fighting, all have hidden meanings. So does Babbitt. Although he came from the starry sky, his background was extremely bleak. It's a dead pet, enslaved, especially being enslaved. That kind of torture had already made him crazy. If you don't become a god, you become a devil. He must stand at the top and wash away the shame of the past. Kill. There was endless anger in Baby Dis' eyes, and when he pointed it out, Qi Jiuxiao turned into 1,000 feet and stepped out. Dan Bao retreated to the core of the temple, raised his hand to shake the entire Temple of Immortality, and said angrily, "Destroy." All the messengers of life on the immortal temple are all dispatched. A full 100 people. Shinmu King and the great monk also shot at this time. Together, they encircled Qi Jiuxiao. As for Jian Wushuang and the others, they can only watch. The battle begins in an instant. Qi Jiuxiao alone fought against 100 people in the 8 Tribulations realm. Among them are the 4 strongest, Jiang Wuya 3 people, and Shenmu Wang. Huge Moyun vines descended, surrounding Qi Jiuxiao. Clouds move everywhere. The fight pierced the space-time of the cosmic sea and produced countless black holes. Each is an entrance. Everyone held their breath. The battle was extremely fierce. It exceeds the scale of the ancient moon space-time from ancient times to the present. Hundreds of 8 tribulation realms battle. Not to mention the ancient moon time and space. It is rare in the entire northern time and space. That is to say, the appearance of some unique secret realms will cause hundreds of experts from the 8 tribulations realm to gather. The key is that these powerhouses come from all sides, not a river of time and space. Not like they are now. Hundreds of the 8 tribulations realms' top combat power. Among them are the 8 tribulations realm extreme powerhouses. Qi Jiuxiao is comparable to the divine power of the 9 tribulations realm. It exploded directly to 20 million. A casual blow has already been able to severely damage the peak powerhouse of the 8 tribulations realm. The 99 top powerhouses of the 8 tribulations realm in the immortal temple merged into a great formation, transformed into gods and demons, and their bursting strength reached the half-step 9 tribulations realm. The 3 gods cast peak secret techniques, 3 Qis in 1, led by Jiang Wuya, also incarnate in the half-step 9 tribulations realm. The 10 great generals, headed by Chaoga, also began to merge. Their fusion technique uses a strange treasure. Jian Wushuang and others have not seen it. Handsome, general, soldier. Handsome is the Jiang Taishu. After the three qi are unified, it will be the fusion of Luoyang, led by Chaogabing, is the Nantian, led by the southern Saint Dharma King. The three bodies of gods and demons each burst out the breath of the half-step nine tribulations realm. From contrarian back to advantage. It was also the first time that he began to suppress Qi Jiuxiao. The big monk and Shenmu Wang were a little confused for a while, and they couldn't keep up with the rhythm all of a sudden, so they had to help by the side. The people in the immortal temple looked at it with enthusiasm and said excitedly, "This time we will win. No wonder Danbao will be so calm." It turns out that there is a countermeasure. It's not that simple. The corners of Jian Wushuang's mouth rose. He was also very keen on the power of life, and found that there was a faint green light around the temple of immortality. That is the realm of the immortal temple. In this field, as long as Qi Jiuxiao couldn't kill Jiang Taishu and others in one fell swoop, then they would not fall and would be recovered by Danbao after being injured. Simply immortal. Half-step, nine tribulation realms combat power. These three ultimate life messengers are almost invincible. Consumption can also consume Qi Jiuxiao to death. Unless it is a real nine tribulation realm powerhouse, it can be broken. But now, the most powerful single is Qi Jiuxiao, but it is comparable to the nine tribulations realm. They are really going to win this time. Everything is over. Jian Wushuang couldn't hide the joy in his heart. So do the rest. After fighting for so long, I finally saw hope. Danbao continues to grow and become stronger. Defeat Qi Jiuxiao, leaving a baby emperor like heir. There is no threat whatsoever. Finally, there is the metal life. With the immortal temple, you can suppress the opponent. Everything is going in a good direction. At this time, Baby D was a little panicked. Qi Jiuxiao's current potential is developed to the extreme. There is no hope of rising. If you still can't win, he really has no trump cards to use. How could it be like this? Babidi frowned, with disbelief in his eyes. His panic made the sole heavenly emperor behind him see it. Even Babbitt panicked. Now is the time of life and death. Inside the Silver Pyramid, the internal structure is extremely complicated. Countless tiny particles are running regularly. Looking around, countless metal particles are manipulating the entire pyramid. At the heart of the pyramid, it has a half figure. The whole body is black. The surface is smooth. There are arms, a chest, and a head. It's just that they don't have clear facial features like ordinary people. This black figure has only one hot eye on its face. Beneath the figure, the endless sea of divine power gathered. Countless metal particles are using the divine sea water to create this black puppet, and the consciousness of metal life exists in the eyes of the black puppet. Jia in the hot eyes, a miniature puppet walked out. It's a pity that such a powerful life is controlled by a waste. The miniature puppet is the metal life from the southern space. There is still a light brain in his head that is his true consciousness, and even the miniature puppets are the incarnations he created. His strength is actually very weak, similar to Babbitt. It's just that he can create extremely powerful puppets. Life power. With two things, he is invincible. Numerous metal warriors have been bred, and powerful metal golems. He is the best. The black metal puppet at the moment is his pinnacle. It's only half done now, and it's just a shell. Only when the entire sea of divine power is used as the divine body and the source of life of Wanlu as the source can it reach its peak. At that time, he had the real combat power of the nine tribulations realm. He will also be personally manipulated by him to return to the largest capital in the South Dimension. But right now, he sees no hope. Qi Jiuxiao will lose sooner or later. Then it was his turn. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-57. The combat power of his subordinates is not as good as Qi Jiuxiao. Although they can protect themselves, there is also the risk of being suppressed. Once suppressed, Dan Bao can comfortably set foot on the ladder of becoming a god. At that time, he will become the of life in the northern time and space and monopolize the entire Wanlu Shenmu. He kicked him away with one kick and threw him into some space-time cracks at will. He really became a lost dog. No, I must not lose. There was determination in the tone, and then turned around and entered the hot eyes. An order has also been issued, originally prepared to deal with baby Displan. He turned to the immortal temple instead. He felt that the temple of immortality was also similar to that of baby emperor. They are all strong from the outside, taking advantage of the current peak combat power. They are all fighting against Qi Jiuxiao. It is completely possible to arrange for his subordinates to attack the immortal temple. However, the temple of immortality is different from a spaceship. The defense of the spaceship is very fragile. The defense of the immortal temple is still relatively strong. More combat power is needed. Top 10 puppets enslaved alone. It's not enough. He also needs endless metal warriors. A more perfect metal warrior than those metal crawlers. Mighty power. Just one aspect. Metal reptiles are very powerful, but have no defense. No matter how many are bred, they will not be able to enter the temple of immortality. So he has to nurture a more powerful life. Otherwise, it will be a waste of money. Golden armored warrior. Okay, it's just you. The metal light brain kept flashing, and soon a perfect golden armored warrior was created. Divine power is fixed at 15 million. The defense ability is comparable to the top cosmic treasure in the 7 Tribulations realm. The top powerhouses in the 8 Tribulations realm need a few tricks to smash them. The sum of the divine power contained in the body is enough to fight a peak powerhouse of the 8 Tribulations for a few breaths. Very perfect, just in time for his own defense ability. There is no waste of divine power. After the first golden armor warrior was conceived, the second one is automatically generated. Then came the doubling of mass production. Soon 3,000 were born. It's almost there. A thought force came out of the metal light brain and summoned the top 10 metal puppets and ordered sneak attack on the immortal temple. Only success and no failure. When necessary, you can self-destruct. Snapped. The micro-optical brain felt that it was not perfect enough and took out several crystals of divine power from the hot eyes. This is the divine fire source crystal. When it explodes, all 10 of you must activate it. Try to get as close as possible to that pill treasure and explode yourself. The top 10 metal puppets nodded together. No nonsense. The order has been given. Let's go immediately. All in one go. This is the puppet. Perfection is being calculated all the time. Unlike practitioners, there are various variables. The Silver Pyramid is still a long way from the Immortal Temple in order to ensure the perfect factor of the plan. The Metal Life first used the pyramid to quickly approach the Immortal Temple, and then a dark hole appeared under the pyramid. In an instant, the top 10 metal puppets, with 3,000 gold armored warriors, appeared around the Immortal Temple. Rush! Hum! All the metal warriors burst out, rushing to the Immortal Temple desperately. Just as Jian Wushuang reacted, he quickly stepped back, not because of fear, but because he was worried that he would accidentally injure himself when Dan Bao made his move. The sneak attack of Metal Life had long been expected by them. Dan Bao is invincible in the Temple of Immortality, so they are not worried at all. Some people even just stared blankly. The golden armored warrior, just approaching the Immortal Temple, was fixed in the air by Dan Bao. The vitality was drained in an instant, just like the original 3 gods, and others. The vitality has disappeared, but the power is still there. The scepter in Danbao's hand tapped again, and those golden-armored warriors regained the power of life. It's just that the power of Di Shengmen obtained this time is different from the injection of metal light brain. They also changed their consciousness. Completely obey Danbao. It can be said that in a breath of time, these metal lives are turned against. It's simply an unstoppable soldier. Those golden-armored warriors and silver puppets who were under control instantly turned around and rushed towards Qi Jiuxiao. Did not directly go to the pyramid shot. Danbao also knows that the pyramid is special. If the attack power has not reached that level, it cannot be destroyed in one fell swoop. It's a waste of time to go. It is better to besiege Qi Jiuxiao first. Qi Jiuxiao, who had been struggling to deal with the life messengers of the 3 half-step 9 tribulations realm, was besieged by thousands of golden-armored warriors, and the divine body began to suffer some damage. Divine power is also constantly declining. It's right now, go for it. Jiang Taix's 3 energies were unified, and the surface of his body was filled with ethereal power. He blessed the peak of divine power, raised his hand to shake the sky, and shouted angrily, "It's now!" Countless wings and blades turned into a sea of swords and rushed towards Qi Jiuxiao. This power is enough to kill the half-step 9 tribulations realm, and it is extremely difficult for Qi Jiuxiao to resist. Forced to resist will only drop the divine power. He has no life force to supplement, and now he needs to carry the injuries himself. Baby D looked anxiously from the back, but had nothing to do. How could it end up in such a situation? Qi Jiuxiao is invincible. Baby D clenched his fists with unwillingness in his eyes. If it doesn't work, then die together. He was determined. It's just that he didn't realize that the person behind it had murderous intent. That killing intent was not against the immortal temple, but against baby emperor. Killing intent leaked from his eyes. It is the sole emperor of the eternal family. Although he was enslaved, he still had this eternal consciousness struggling in his mind, waiting for this opportunity. Qi Jiuxiao couldn't separate his hands and was consumed all the time. He is now shooting at Baby D, and almost no one can stop him. Dylan is only a peak of the 7 tribulation realm, and he has the combat power of the 8 tribulation realm. You can kill with a flip. What we are waiting for now is to get rid of Baby D's control, kill Baby D in a sneak attack, and transfer to the immortal temple. This is his trump card. If Babidi wins, then there is no need to use it. After getting enough benefits, for example, after embarking on the road of resurrection, it is not too late for him to get rid of it. It's just that now the boat of Baby D is broken, and he doesn't want to die with Baby D. To take refuge in the immortal temple, you also need to show some sincerity. For example, kill Babbitt. As long as the baby emperor is dead, Qi Jiuxiao will be an ownerless thing, just a lunatic. There is no threat to the immortal temple. Although it's not a big credit, it's just the icing on the cake. But better than nothing. The eternal family, never be a slave. A flame rose in the eyes of the Soul Heaven Emperor, like an ancient demon escaped from the cage. The moment he got rid of it, with lightning speed, his hands instantly gathered qi, condensing a colorful light wave. Light burst. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-58. Even if his heart was on Qi Jiuxiao, Baby Emperor had reacted, but it was too late to react now. As soon as he turned his head to look at the light behind him, he felt a breath of death descending. As soon as the protective cover on his body was opened, the heavenly Emperor of Soul blasted through his chest, a paw sticking out from his chest. It was all too fast, and the people around didn't have time to react. Just as Dylan was about to make a move, he was shot down by Soul Heaven Emperor and fell into the sea of cosmos. As for the other servants of Baby D, they stood there unable to move. because of the current baby emperor, consciousness is dying out, and the mark of slavery is also disappearing on the slaves. They all have a clear consciousness, and they also know that baby D is going to be finished, and there is no need to do useless work. At first, they were also forced, but later, because of the hope of resurrection, they chose to compromise. But as Qi Jiuxiao shriveled, the value of baby emperor was greatly reduced. If it wasn't for Emperor Sol Tian to kill baby D, maybe they would die with baby D. How dare you? Baby D's last breath was used to turn his head to look at Emperor Sol Heaven. His eyes were fixed on the other side, and there was endless resentment in his eyes. Unwilling, main idea, regret. In an instant, more images appeared in my mind. The eyes cannot see reality. It was a memory before death. Remember the most important things in your life. He also has the most tragic memory of his life. An old man with a rounded hat held an iron chain in his hand, and the other end of the chain was tied to baby D. Pet. It was his saddest memory. Puff. Emperor Sol Tian pulled out his claws, clenched his fists, and slammed it on baby Emperor's head, and the memories came to an abrupt end. It's just that in the incomparably distant downstream of time and space, in a certain ordinary secret territory, there is an old man who is fishing. At the moment when baby Emperor fell, the old man's heart sank, and his eyes were dull for a moment. It was only a moment of sluggishness, and then returned to normal without any extra expressions. The fall of baby D, in the end, only touched the death of life a little. It is also ironic. The most tragic memory is also the last worry in the world. A generation of heroes. Baby Emperor fell. Murderer, Soul Heaven Emperor. Jian Wushuang and others standing on the edge of the temple also saw this scene. A little dazed for a while. Just as he was able to suppress Qi Jiuxiao, baby Emperor fell. The expressions on his face were strange. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. The big monk's face was startled, and then he said excitedly, "Little master, baby Emperor has fallen. There is no need to encircle and suppress Qi Jiuxiao." Lost the Ababidi. Qi Jiuxiao does not need to be besieged, and has fallen into silence. Let the siege of the three life messengers be unmoved. Dan Bao directly summoned the three messengers to come back. The three messengers that have been merged can no longer be separated. In other words, when Dan Bao sat down, he now had 3.5 steps of the 9 tribulation realm combat power. For a time, become the biggest winner on the scene. The great monk and the king of Shenmu also returned leisurely. It will be over soon. The last metal life, there is no way to escape now. Standing in the void, at a loss. The inner metal light brain kept calculating his winning percentage and the method to defeat Dan Bao. After a while, he came to a conclusion. The chance of failure is 99,999,999,999. Done. The chance of falling is 30%. When Dan Bao becomes the of life, the chance of falling is 100%. The only way to break the situation now is for him to ascend to heaven and become the 9 tribulations realm. This is simply not possible. If he can become the 9 tribulations realm, does he still need to come to the northern time and space? Still need to think about this Wanlu Shenmu? Damn you! The metal light brain looked at the outside of the pyramid. The Mitsubishi crystal above the pyramid burst out with a dazzling light, rushing straight to the Emperor of Chaos. If it weren't for the 2nd or 5th boy, he wouldn't have failed so fast. The dazzling light penetrates time and space, enough to kill the peak of the 8 tribulations realm. The Soul Heaven Emperor didn't have time to react at all, and was bombarded and scattered. He didn't even respond before he died. I'm afraid. I don't even know how it fell. Together with those servants of Baby D, all fell. Only the huge spaceship remained in the sky above the cosmic sea. The fall of Seoul, Heaven Emperor, lifted the blockade of space. This is also one of the reasons why he wants to kill the Seoul Emperor. Space unlocked. Metal light brain. There is still hope of escape. The Mitsubishi spar rotates, and the surrounding space vibrates to escape. Dan Bao did not stop the shot just now, because he felt that the people of the Seoul Heaven Emperor were not worth it. But now, you can't let the other party escape. The immortal temple moved directly to the top of the pyramid. Suppress. Dan Bao pressed the palm of his hand, and the power of the immortal temple erupted, locking the pyramid within the domain and suppressing it in the void. The silver pyramid stopped spinning and was suppressed in the void. Dan Bao did not stop, and then used the life scepter to forcibly break the pyramid. Leave nothing to chance. The force of life madly got into the pyramid. This makes Metal Life very excited. A Khonshu, in the face of a steady stream of life force, he kept absorbing it. Divine power ocean. He has stolen a lot over the years. What is missing is the power of life. With these life forces, the black puppet he refined began to improve continuously. Once it is successfully refined, it is a puppet no less than the 9 tribulations realm. There is still some hope then. At least Dan Bao that can block the immortal temple. The crazy influx of life force made the metal light brain a little too busy. Countless metal particles are busy above the immortal temple. Dan Bao continued to instill the power of life. Jian Wushuang didn't understand. The power of life didn't have much power, and it was mainly assistant, just like eating. Is it to let the pyramid die? The metal life inside is no fool. Once you are full, vomit it out. Anyway, there are a lot of divine power oceans, and there are countless metal reptiles spit out. That is also a hassle. Although I don't understand it, it's not a good idea to ask. After all, Dan Bao is covering them now. He is the master of the 6 tribulations realm universe, so he is embarrassed to ask such a thing. Just look at it honestly. Just when he was belittling himself, Dan Bao turned his head and said to him, "Benefactor, there is something that needs your help later." "No problem." Hearing that he needed his own help, Jian Wushuang immediately became refreshed. Without any hesitation, he immediately responded. Unexpectedly, Dan Bao's next words made him stunned. Dan Bao firmly supported the power of life with both hands, and then said, "This pyramid is strong on the outside, but if you want to destroy the things inside, you need a special power, and that power only you have. Starry Sky." Jian Wushuang quickly understood. End of this chapter. Chapter 59:59. This is not surprising. What surprised him was to go inside the pyramid. That is the metal pyramid that can give birth to countless 8 tribulation realms. Let him enter alone. It's not like being sent to death. Even if Dan Bao was using the package ticket, he was a little apprehensive. Jian Wushuang, you must enter. The treasure I need is inside this pyramid. Just when Jian Wushuang hesitated, Weiss in the body also spoke in this time and space. It's really a good thing to let him encounter. It's not easy. It's almost over. It happened that he found another unknown to him. But then again, he can't help but go. Plus West Commission. He could only grit his teeth. Seeing that he was hesitant, Wooly came over, put his arms around his shoulders, and comforted. "Brother Wushuang, you are not afraid. Don't you worry, I will meet you outside. If you need any help, just say, with the strength of our company, Qi Juxiao has been taken down. So what is there to be afraid of?" "You..." Jian Wushuang's eyes widened, causing Wu Li to quickly back away. It's time to talk nonsense. He really wanted to give Wu Li 2 punches to boost his courage. "Call." Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes for a moment, then opened his eyes and nodded at Dan Bao, indicating that he was ready and could open the silver pyramid at any time. If you don't enter a tiger's den, you can't get a tiger's son. Weiss, every time something is arranged for him, The pressure is always full. I don't know what kind of place this pyramid is inside. The treasures that Weiss needed were actually among them. Of course, that is, Weiss himself is too lazy to take it. If he takes it himself, he will have nothing to do with him. The reason why he was allowed to go was because he wanted to find an excuse to teach him the Zai Gong. Otherwise, it is unreasonable for both parties to accept grace for no reason. Jian Wushuang is not a fool either. Some things are understood without needing to be said. The Tower of Nine Tribulations, at best, is a treasure at the level of the Nine Tribulations. It is not a treasure at the time and space level. In fact, it is a bit general to say the treasure of time and space. The Temple of Immortality, in his opinion, also looks like a treasure of time and space. But it is a treasure of life, and it is an opportunity to become a god. Viewing the chessboard is a treasure of heaven. The Nine Tribulations Pagoda is much weaker than these two. Even compared to this silver pyramid, it is much weaker. Kevin is in there. It was Weiss who gave the Tower of Nine Tribulations the value. The appearance of Weiss has always been strange to him. At the beginning, he was still in the Tower of Nine Tribulations and later moved directly into his origin. Just like playing, calling it a test is actually no different from helping for no reason. He never understood the other party's intentions. If he was chosen as the of life, there would be some arguments. In other words, the god of life and even the realm king are nothing in front of Weiss. The bigger the identity, the more outrageous it is, the more uneasy he is. Heaven will give great responsibility to the people of this country. Maybe he thought too much, but not without any preparation. Waiting for Danbao to open the gap in the silver pyramid, his origin clone entered Weiss Manor. And after finding Weiss, he took the initiative to ask, "Master Weiss, this metal life, I think it's just like that. How come you want to be here? Treasures you want?" Gu, who was lying on the chair, teased the hairless purple cat in his arms, his face lazy. See the doubt on his face. Then he answered, "Since you are about to enter, then I will tell you that in the core of this pyramid there is a piece of origin, which I left behind in Wanlu Shinmu. The original owner of this piece of origin is you, but unfortunately, you're not good enough. You can only give it to this cat." Ah. Jian Wushuang was surprised, tilted his head, and couldn't believe what Weiss said, but there was no reason to believe it. The other party could even change the supreme rules. What else could he not do? The origin left for me? He thought of a lot of things for a while. Weiss' plan. And why Wanlu appeared here. Weiss nodded lazily and spread his hands. Some things may be just luck. Before I met Beerus, I was really optimistic about you, but unfortunately I found out later that the reason I was optimistic about you was because of the first life in the origin universe. So, you are out of luck. That has nothing to do with me. Jian Wushuang was a little puzzled, saying that he did not live up to his expectations, and he worked harder than anyone else. Seeing that he was unconvinced, Weiss covered his mouth and chuckled. You care too much about your origin universe, but you don't work so hard with yourself, so you don't live up to your expectations. I'll send you the young man. In your words, you should be a little more dashing, and whether it is to follow the origin or divine power, you must have the kind of heroism that can break through all methods with one force. Dao Jun to Emperor. Jian Wushuang really values his origin too much. In terms of combat power, divine power has always been the dominant force, but it is always necessary to pursue both. Seek balance. Even want the source to press the divine power. But in the end, super eternal change and starry sky catalog. All are indispensable peak secret techniques. Sometimes you can't pay too much attention to a certain kind of power. What he has to do is to improve his combat power and realm, rather than a certain kind of origin and divine power. If a flower is helpful to him, Then practice that flower. If it is a cloud, then go and realize that cloud. Cultivation is sometimes as simple as that. Find the right direction, let go of your worries, and leave everything to your own efforts and luck. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded, and at this moment he was no longer unconvinced. Beerus is the first life born in his original universe, and he is also the creator of the other party. In the future, when the other party has achieved success, he can also brag about it. It's no big deal, you'll be fine in the future. Why envy a cat? And it's not hairy yet. After getting his own answer, Jian Wushuang's origin clone automatically summarized the universe, and his consciousness returned to the deity. On Danbao's side, the power of life is also instilled, and the endless power of life pours into the silver pyramid. Today's pyramid is already a little green. The original color has been changed. Metal, life, divine power. The metal is silver. Life is green. The two are fighting for dominance. Now, the metal light brain in the pyramid has also discovered Danbao's conspiracy, but when he wants to stop the operation of the pyramid, he finds that he can do nothing. Jian Wushuang also saw Danbao's plan outside and couldn't help applauding. Danbao has really grown up now. Life, force, and metal life are constantly competing for superiority, want to gain control of the pyramid. There was also a trace of anxiety on Danbao's face, which was backlash. Click! The unbreakable pyramid suddenly made a crisp sound, and then a gap leaked out. Danbao was overjoyed when he saw the gap. Quick, it's now.